Good morning. We are about to start our executive committee meeting for August 18th, 2024. Like to have the chaplain lead us in a prayer this morning and the pledge of allegiance.
Okay, everybody, just stay seated, please, for a couple seconds. It is Sunday morning. It is sermon morning, correct? Sermon. So John Long asked me if I could deliver a quick message, about 45 to 50 minutes. No, just 10 minutes. But anyway, I wanted to introduce myself. Sam Mann, my home company's Carroll County, Reese. You probably passed anybody coming from the south, the big firehouse on 140. I'm honored to be Assistant John's chaplain with this one. There's three phrases I want to say that we got to remember during this message. I can't be everywhere. I can be somewhere. And I know a guy. I know a guy. So let's go back in time, everybody, 40 years. I was a brand new shiny CRT, lieutenant in the fire department going up, and my president came to me and he said, "Hey, would you like to go to the ocean for a convention? And we'll give you money to stay in a hotel and go to some meeting." Sure. So what I was thinking, what do you do at the beach? You see beautiful ladies, go to hospitality houses, drink beer, and I had to go to a meeting. And then the president said, "No, you have to give a report in 2 weeks of what you had at the meeting." But why I want to bring this message forward is I want two people. So the memorial service was Monday. It was wonderful. But the chaplain comes out, and it was a shorter fellow, full dress uniform, had to stand up on the podium, and he seemed like he was mad. And I'm sitting there and I'm going, "Oh my." And he's going, "I can't be everywhere, but if somebody is hurt, I'll be there. I'll be there. I can be there." And everybody knows this chaplain was Pierce Damewood. And he just delivered a message, and I'm sitting there and we're about ready to do the memorial service. I'm going to meet that man. So the memorial service goes on. After the memorial service, I go back out into the hall, and I'm standing there. I said, "I got to meet this guy." And here comes another man. He's a tall man. If you ripped a fire chief out of the Firehouse magazine in full dress uniform, probably 6 feet a couple, that was him. And he walks up to Pierce and he goes, in a slow, long drawl, "You can't be anywhere. You can't be everywhere." I go, my gosh. And then I thought they were going to yell and argue. And this man was Chief Les Thompson. So, like I said, I said, "I got to meet these guys." And Pierce says, "I can be somewhere, but right now I want to go eat." And he looks at me and he says, "Hey, young man, would you like to go eat?" I said, well, I was big, so I said, "Sure." So I got a chance to sit with these two gentlemen. And that was kind of the start of where you kind of have this message goes, I can't be everywhere, but I can be somewhere. And just look at us now come forward to today. We've all started somewhere. We've gone somewhere, and I know a guy. And I can say this through the chaplain service, we can be there. We carry it in our heart. We're always there. We have it with us at all times. I don't have to be there, right? Everybody can be there. You can have in your heart. And we see some of the worst things that can be done. We're leaders of an organization that's just awesome, spans the whole state of Maryland. It's so incredible that how we can affect people and what we carry in our heart. And when you had Pierce Damewood said to me, he said, "Sam," he said, "it's there. You just have to you have to be there. I don't have to preach at you. I'm not even going to give you a Bible verse today. Well, maybe one. But you don't have to preach, and you don't have to, but you just have to be there somewhere, right? So it is an honor for me, it truly is, to be here with you all today, to put that message and to finally say, as we always say, is where one or two are gathered in your name, I'm with you also, correct? And as us, as leaders of a wonderful organization, truly is, from 1984 or 5, I'm dating myself a little bit, to having that man stand there screaming at me, thinking, what in the world is he doing? And I'm going to promise to you all that if I'm available, I try to make myself available, I'll be there. Where I know somebody, I have somebody that can be with you all. So that's my message today. I thank you for this time, these few minutes to be with you. And now I would like to put a little prayer together for the organization today. And I have some prayer requests. So if you would all could please stand now. We would, I would like to add into prayer requests for the Ladies Auxiliary, or ladies from the Maryland State Firemen Association, past president Peggy Zembauer's granddaughter. Her funeral is Monday the 26th. Please keep Peggy and her family in your prayers. Carol Hayden, Ladies Auxiliary, Maryland State Firefighters Association, past president. She's just with the health, okay? So let us pray. Oh Lord, please guide us today through these presentations and this meeting. Please show us wisdom. Guide us with knowledge today. And oh Lord, please keep Peggy's family in prayer. Please keep Carol in her prayer as well. Lord, keep us safe as we return home to our home companies, to our families, and be with our military services all around the world. Keep them safe. And Lord, protect us, all first responders. And we pray these in your name. Amen. If we could do the pledge, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
President Kerry, I was trying to catch you before you sat down, but I waited just long enough. You're up, please, for your opening remarks, welcome remarks.
To all in attendance today, thank you for being here. The important thing today that I have to do is, Missy, you're leaving. You can't leave yet. You got to get him out here and come on up here. All right, both of you. See. Blessed with the friends I have. Madam President, it's the pleasure to have been here these past 2 days. The hospitality has been excellent. And contrary to what my partner said about you, I think you're a pretty good guy. Okay? But I'd like to present to you, for your department, a nice special recognition for those two guys. And more importantly, the keeper of the money. Okay.
We want to, on behalf of the Union Bridge Fire Department, we want to thank you all very much. And it was our pleasure, our honor, to be asked to have this meeting here. And come back anytime. You're welcome. Thank you.
Second Vice President, Bill, for recognition of our past presidents and guests.
Good morning, everybody. Let's start with the officers of the executive committee, or the officers. President Skip Carey, First Vice President Charlie Simpson, myself, Second Vice President Secretary Doral Cox, Assistant Secretary Gene Aaron, Assistant Secretary Richard Coons, Treasurer Ron Sarnicki, Assistant Treasurer Charles Albrecht, Assistant Treasurer Mr. Bobby Jenkins, Financial Secretary Mitch Vogt, Assistant Financial Secretary Bobby Aaron, Chief Chaplain Reverend John Long, and Chaplain Samuel Mann. Also have Assistant Parliamentarian Harv Woods, Executive Director Kate Lovelace, and Executive Assistant Lynn Hawkins. For the Executive Committee, we have Chairman Roger Steger, Vice Chairman Mark Bilger, Vice Chairman Malcolm Faust, Committee Member Ron Block, Committee Member Steve Cox, Committee Member Timothy Dayton, Committee Member Glendale Fishek, Committee Member Charles Chip Jewell, Committee Member Lee Lutz, Committee Member Robert Phillips, Committee Member Doug Simpkins, Committee Member Randy Smith, Committee Member Buddy Sutton, Committee Member ex officio Eric Smoller.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Past President. Past President 1987, 1988, Mr. Bob Cumberland. 1996, 97, Mr. Stephen Cox. 2000, 2001, Roger Steger. 2002, 2003, Mr. Gene Worthington. 2004, 2005, Mr. Bobby Jacobs. 2008, 2009, Mr. Frank Underwood. 2010, 2011, Doyle E. Cox. 2011, 2012, Mr. Dave Lewis. 2017, 2018, Mr. Mark Bilger. 2021, 2022, Mr. Joel McCray. And 2023, 2004, Mr. Eric Smollett.
Thank you, sir.
Under the ladies, we also have in presence with us today is Miss Fire Prevention, Miss Madeline Nahan, and Miss Fire Prevention First Runner-Up, Caitlin Logano. From the ladies, we have President Sherry Steffen, Senior Vice President Joan Kramer, and Junior Vice President Holly Trego. And guest again today, we have Mr. George Wentz, President of CCBSA. Did I miss anybody? Nope, that'll be covered under ladies. Did you see that? Did you see that, Mr. President? I didn't miss anybody today. They tried to set me up, but I didn't miss anybody. Yeah. Huh? Why did I miss her? She wasn't here when I checked everybody in. Why did you have to start? You and me, you know. I got you. Assistant Secretary, Miss Jenny Lloyd.
Thank you. Ladies Auxiliary President, Sherry, you'd like to introduce your past presidents and anyone else?
Good morning. Since they're so eagerly ready to be announced, the rest of the office here is Kay Trego, the Financial Secretary, Samantha Butterfield, chaplain. Paula Robeson, historian. Kim Shelton, guard. And Sharon Worthington, Bessie Marshall, co-chair. And past presidents, we have Elaine Huttenlock, 1984-85. Sharon Worthington, 95-96. Sandy Lutz, 2010-2011. And sneaking in, Teresa Chrisman, 2011-2012. And Jean Main, 2023-2024. Thank you.
Okay, now we will start with the convention branch. Randy, on with Chief Sarnecki and all his crew.
So good morning. Hope everybody had a wonderful evening up north here. Some of us ended up at the Odd House, imagine that. But it was very festive, to say the least. It's a pleasure to be here and provide a convention committee report. A couple of items from this past convention. I'm happy to say that the attendance at Jolly Roger was up. We had 1,200 people participate in the rides and activities. And if you remember, 2 years ago, we ended up probably purchasing more food than needed. So we cut the food back to 500 and had 600 people show up. So imagine that. But the caterer was able to make it all work. Everybody was fed. Everybody was happy. No complaints. And so we're happy to say that 1,200 for the rides, 600 for the food. Prayer service, the sales were exactly the same where they were for 2 years. It seems that that's kind of leveled, but people like that facility and that option, so I think we'll just continue doing that. Memorial service, the rough estimate is around 1,100 people participated in the memorial service, and unfortunately it drops for the opening. It's that Monday morning, everybody's at the beach, it was about 900. So we know our largest crowd was 1,100 in the convention center this past year. Cato talked a little bit about exhibits, but they were all sold out this year. I'm happy to say that continues to provide our funding stream, and she'll talk on a couple of those issues. The Presidential Gala, which has been moved away from the convention, which historically was a part of the convention, was again held at the Naval Academy in Annapolis. I got the impression that people seem to like that because I haven't gotten a single complaint this year. We had 250 people participate in the gala, and the date has been set for 2025, so get your pencils out. May 31st, 2025 will be the Presidential Gala back at the Naval Academy in Annapolis, which is the night before the memorial service, which really fits in for those people that travel into Annapolis for the memorial service. We could do the banquet and then follow up with the gala, or with the gala, then follow up with the memorial service. A couple of elements that we're trying to work out. Again, we had some concerns about the award ceremony. I've talked with the committee about that. We continue every year to have some people that aren't happy with some of the way that the awards are conducted, and we are trying to work through that with the committee and get that addressed. We had a couple of issues with the memorial service this year. We're aware of those. We're trying to nail down what we need to do to change that relative to notifications and recognition. One of the things that we're considering changing is going to just 2 days for the exhibits. And Kate will talk about that in a little bit, but that's something that we find with our vendors probably is going to need to do. The other thing that we're asking for consideration is to look at the Thursday executive committee meeting. For those of you that go to the beach and go to that meeting, it needs to be held as the first executive committee meeting of the new leadership, but it extends the week. We have a lot of people that don't attend it other than the leadership, And one of the discussions in talking with the parliamentarian is we could actually do that Wednesday, just before the parade. Have all the sessions Wednesday morning that we need, then go to the new executive committee Wednesday morning in the convention center, and then we're done. And then Thursday would be a free day for everybody. So that's going to take some action to happen. I'm not asking that action to be done today. I just want people to think about it. But if you consider the amount of people that are in town on Thursday and the relativeness of people wanting to get out of town and go home and to keep the cost down for their travel, that is something the convention committee would like to have considered. For 2025, a couple of things. First of all, we are looking for new committee members. Probably have heard me talk about the need for succession planning and everything that we do. So we're hoping that some younger members will step up to the plate and be a part of the convention committee. We've got a great team. They work hard, but if the convention's going to continue long term, we need to find young blood and new blood to get involved with the convention committee. We are looking at possibly doing some kind of kickoff event, either before the convention or the closing event, just to bring people back to the convention center while they're in town. Not sure the details yet, but we're looking at some kind of social event. If you remember, when we used to do the crab feast and stuff, it was a great day. A lot of people socialized. So we're trying to figure out how that's going to work out. And then the other thing we're undertaking for 2025 is the use of QR codes for the purchases. It's a new technology involving the Evolve system, where we could do QR codes for tickets and things and kind of streamline that process. So the website is easy to do. People can buy their tickets on the web, pay with a credit card, but behind the scenes, that's still done manually with paper. The reports are generated after each purchase, verified with the credit card company that the credit card is good, and then it goes to our finance team who prints out will call tickets, staples them in a binder, and then waits for people to show up that night at the event with their real call tickets. So we're looking at some automation there. The other piece is I've been informed by the mayor that the municipal parking garage is back on the table. If you haven't heard, the municipal lot is the lot to the south of the convention center in front of Thunder Island, and they're talking about a multi-level parking garage in that area. So if you remember, it was on the table a while back when they did the renovations, but got killed due to funding because of the cost of the renovations. But I anticipate the mayor will be seeking support from the MSFA again to go to Annapolis to the Stadium Authority for funding for the parking garage. That has been one of the issues that's been on our agenda for a long time, identified as a critical need for the support of the convention and all the activities in Ocean City. So just to give everybody a heads up, that is on the agenda for this year. Convention committee is again going to show a profit for this year's event. Last year we had a slight profit. This year we're a little bit more. I can't say enough about the exhibits, and I'll pass it to Kate in a minute, but that's what pays our bills. And also we've done some cost-cutting measures and also some significant bidding processes to keep our costs down overall. So happy to say that there will be a profit shown again this year. The presidential event and all the Ocean City expenses have been paid in full. So we've cleared out the books for June, and yesterday the executive committee should have got a year-end financial report plus the report for July. So as I mentioned about succession planning, I'm going to bring one thing up in particular. I've been chair of the convention for many, many years. I started the convention when I was a sergeant in Prince George's County Fire, believe it or not, how long ago that was, working for Leonard. And then when he got sick, he asked and the president appointed me to take over. Any good leader should be looking at succession planning. I mentioned that earlier. And so I've asked Robbie Blackinson to sit up here because he's expressed an interest to take over the convention. I've talked to the 3 presidents in advance. They are supportive of that. Let me be clear. I'm not going anywhere. I'm not quitting. I'm not retiring, although I retired from work. I'm still going to stay involved. But I feel it's my responsibility to find that next younger individual, and he is much younger than me, to carry the torch forward. So he and I will be shadowing each other for the next year or so as we do this transition. And then it'll be up to the presidents to make that official appointment at the right point in time. But that would be my recommendation for my replacement. So I asked Robbie to come up. I need to get his face involved with the convention. And so I appreciate that consideration. As we're looking for new people, we're always looking for new ideas. We're always trying to reinvent the convention. So if anybody has any suggestions on what they'd like to see at the convention, please do so. And I'm going to conclude my comments before I turn over to the co-chairs, is that we've got a heck of a team. They work very hard all year long. They do a phenomenal job behind the scenes. Oftentimes they don't get to participate in as many of the social activities that I heard the chaplain mention about. There's beer in Ocean City. Surprised to hear that, sir. I was surprised to hear that. I've got to figure out where that is. But they work hard, and you look at the different groups, whether it's the GO team or the finance team or whatever, they're there every day, bright and early. They're there till the very end. And so I just want to personally thank all of them for their ongoing commitment. So that is my chair report. I'm going to turn it over to the co-chairs, and so I'll turn it to Randy for administration. Randy?
Good morning, everyone. I want to echo Ron's sentiments on thanking everybody for their assistance, whatever part you play to make the convention a success. Part of my vision for the succession plan is to try to get new members, because a lot of the committee members and stuff are getting up in age and stuff like that, and they've been doing it for a long time. So to give them some relief and help the convention stay on course and moving forward, we need some new blood, as Ron says. So trying to work on that aspect. I do appreciate everyone's assistance, from the ladies for the part they play, and even the ones that come and participate in the convention and stuff like that. So I appreciate it.
Thank you, Randy. Kate, exhibits, you want to hit on all that?
So at the convention critique, we did have an individual who brought forth some concerns and some questions from some of the vendors, which is why we started to look at moving to 2 days. So rather than having the Saturday move-in, we would switch that over to Sunday. It's still Father's Day, so there's still going to be that, scheduling conflict, but at least the vendors won't have to come in on Saturday, pay that Saturday night rate. Even though we did secure 7 hotels that were set aside for the vendors that were at a much lesser rate, I'm not sure how many. I still have to get those numbers from the hotel chains, but I'm not sure how many took part in that. I thought we did a pretty good job of making sure that all of the vendors, as they registered, received those hotel links so they could, take part and take advantage of those lesser rates. But I'll have to get those numbers to see actually how many did. I think the floor plan is going to stay the same. I don't think we're going to really tweak it that much. I think the things that we've done over the last 2 years have really benefited the total production of the event itself. And I mean, we do sell out every year. I had probably 4 or 5 vendors that were waiting to register if we had no shows, and we had 2 that actually came in because the vendor didn't show up on Sunday. So we had another vendor that came in on Monday morning in 2 different locations. So we're excited. I mean, I want to thank Lynn. Lynn's my right-hand gal when it comes to making sure all of the convention exhibit forms are all in line. We sit multiple times throughout the month of May and early June going over every single submission, making sure we don't miss anyone, because we do have vendors that send in checks and paper copies, so not everything is automated because some just can't. They have to, through their processes, they have to send in the paperwork. So we do go over it time and time again to make sure that we're all on the same page and that everything is 100%. So other than that, I mean, I think we're actively addressing some of the concerns. Some of the concerns were a little a little questionable. So a little off the wall. So, but you get that, and we try to address everything and make sure that everybody goes home happy at the end of the convention. So if we do go to 2 days, it would be 9 to 4 each. 9 to 3 both days, rather than cutting it to 2 on Tuesday. This way, everybody can get a full 2 days of exhibiting. But again, we just adapt and overcome, and we figure out what works best, and we'll try it this year. And if we find that some of the vendors are still not happy, we know we can't make everybody happy, but we'll do our best to make sure that we're listening and we're heeding their concerns. And I think that was all that we had for the exhibits. And I'll just jump in for the education seminars. We'll probably stick with the same schedule this year. I know we did talk to Chief Cox from MIFRE, talking about utilizing some more of the state programs that they have and having them down at the beach. So we'll talk to him about that. We'll once the RFP comes out in November, which will be November 1st, as it always is, we'll just start tweaking some of that schedule. But we'll stick to Monday, Tuesday. I think we're still going to stick to the skills on Saturday, Sunday. That seemed to work out pretty well this year. And then we'll go from there. But I think Monday, Tuesday seminar schedules is the best way to go. And we had plenty of classes this year that really had great attendance. So I think keeping it just to 2 days, and even maybe shaving off some of the afternoon on Tuesday might be more beneficial as well. But I think less is more when it comes to the seminars. More people attend the classes, and then make the instructors happy and makes it worth their while to come. So thank you to all that have participated in what we've done and promoting the classes and promoting registration. And then, when we talk about the financial piece and the money that's come in, Ginny did a bang-up job this year stepping in to do the program book ads. We had a really large influx of program book submissions this year, so I think that's where some of that profit will generate from this year as well. So it was a little bit of a learning curve for everybody, because the process for the program book is evolving every year. But I think we did a pretty good job with that as well. So did Ginny have anything on the program book? She's good on program books. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, on behalf of Bob Jacobs in the back, who's the chair, the finance office, we're hidden away in a nice little spot. Nobody kind of knows where we are, and that's kind of a good thing. Everything went well. We only had one issue with one deposit. They double deposited, the bank did, $1,000. So in the end, when I went in and picked the receipts up, and they said, oh, by the way, one was off, and I'm going, oh, no. But they said, it was our fault. We double deposited, so they debited the account. So other than that, everything went well.
Should have kept the money, buddy. All right, so Tommy Mattingly was here yesterday. He's not here today, but from the production side, everything's on board, and the Go team is committed to continue. So that's a good piece. And Ken Bush, I didn't see him this morning. The program, he'll be working on the keynotes and those activities with Kate. So now I'm going to pass the mic to Robbie. Let him say a few words as get him initiated and indoctrinated.
Well, thank you, Chair. Appreciate it. I've stood back a few years. I've served in the seats that you guys are sitting in this morning in different capacities, and I got the message. And having the right people in the right places at the right time is the right thing to do, I think, and to carry the association forward. I think the convention is one of the big part of our association. Been looking at it for a few years, and looking around the room, and we got to carry the torch. The torch has got to be kept on if we're going to keep the convention alive and well. So hopefully, I can do that the best of my ability with all the help around the room here. Hopefully, with the support of everyone, the presidents, the executive committee, and to learn as much as I can. I know there's a lot of big shoes here I got to follow. I know that going into it, but I'm ready for the challenge. Looking forward to working with everybody. Thank you.
Thanks, Rob. Are there any questions for the convention committee or branch?
Okay. Just a general one, because it keeps coming up in different places, especially with the financial picture and stuff. When folks are doing their registration or their paying their dues and stuff like that,
that we just continue with an electronic format. Especially with purchasing the tickets at the convention, I know that's problematic. I know we're looking into the squares and stuff like that, or POS, whatever direction we're going to go, just that we just follow through with that. Everybody's in the age of electronics now, and it's easier for some departments to pay it via credit card and write a hard check and then try to send stuff in. More simplistic we can get to that, the better off we are. So I appreciate everyone's moving in that direction and everything that you've done, Ron. And I know you got some big shoes to fill, but certainly got all the credibility and know you can handle it. So, anything we can do for you going forward.
Thank you. And yeah, we're working with the Secretary's office and the Financial Secretary on dues payments, credential documents. And they can pay by credit card if they want. They got to go through the website to do that. But we're continuing to get a little more automated each and every year.
And I just say that just because just traveling around, like I say, we were just out in West Virginia, and a lot of folks look at our website and what we do, and we certainly offer to pull the stuff off our website. But we're setting the tone that is the message in the tri-state area of what we do. So I think that's a lot to be said from the men and women of this association that we keep moving the bus forward.
And on those comments of traveling, I've traveled to many conventions as well. We're one of the, if not the only, long-term convention in existence today in volunteer service. We don't want to lose that, but we also don't want to extend the days so long. That was a big issue with the vendors. That's why we went out and found hotels and negotiated prices with the vendors, because they're the ones that not only pay the donation to us for their space, but then they have to pay their staff time and they have to pay their travel costs. So we're trying to balance that without losing some of that tradition that we're talking about and the caliber of our convention, but still make it affordable for everybody to come.
And you're right, and we just need to capitalize on that because we have those. That's a big draw. So if you look at volunteers, and we only have that 1 week of vacation, and then the families want to capitalize on that. So I think that's a good offset. Kate's done an excellent job with reducing some of the classes. So folks are not always setting any classes, so we just need to keep it to what's pertinent and what's fresh. And I think that's going to both move forward.
I agree.
Kudos to all of you.
Other questions?
Are you going to look at reestablishing the Tuesday afternoon, or are you still going to end that at one time and leave the convention?
Depending upon the number of presentations, and some of those keynotes are driven by, I see he just stood up, by what the president's wishes are for their convention. We're trying to make sure that we meet the requirements of the Constitution and bylaws, because it is what it is. The convention outline is in the bylaws, so we have to follow so many sessions within the bylaws without going through an amendment. But also, we know, and I'll be honest, if you look in the afternoons, if it's a beautiful day, they're headed out to the beach. And God forbid there be a vote and we have to verify a quorum. There are some days I'm not sure we could even do that. So we're trying to find that, as President Smother said, that balance between meeting the requirements of the Constitution, providing the informational flow that's needed to come out of the convention and conference, and how much people are going to maintain the seats to stay inside. I think, President, you were hopping right on that.
Not necessarily on that, Chief, but on your comment about the Thursday executive committee. Totally in favor of that. This year, past year, Ken Bush asked me did I want a program on Wednesday. I said no, because for 15 years I've worked with Roger on the parade, so I know that how everything gets just jammed up on Wednesday. I think really we had the time this year that we could have had the executive committee meeting the key is having the chair of the executive committee, which will be past President Miller next year, and I have absolute faith in him that he can end it at 12 o'clock, bang, and we can get on the bus and go to the parade. Right. That's one of the, I think, neatest things that you've come up with it in a good while. At first when I heard it, I was, kind of weird, but that's a good deal, and that could do a lot, I think, to get us more people at the meetings and stuff. My own personal opinion, I'd like to see a keynote speaker on the opening day and then no other speakers, and do the business, because the awards, and I'm not stepping on your toes, Doyle, but I'll say it. To break the award presentation up for a speaker, that doesn't seem logical to me, and don't yell at me.
No, because that was one of the things that we spoke about, was having the speaker before the award ceremony started. This way the flow of the award ceremony would keep consistent
going.
and then be done.
But you have a tremendous keynote speaker, and that sets the mood. And
so to answer your question, if in fact we choose to test drive, I'll use that term, test drive a Thursday meeting, we're probably going to have to make sure we do everything we could in the number of presentations so that we are done Wednesday by noon to get people down for the parade. Yeah. It's doable, and maybe it is cutting out another keynote. I don't know, but we're willing to try, but it's going to take more than just a convention committee to tell you when to have your meeting. Yeah. So we just provide the space.
But I've said my piece. I'll be history next year, so it won't matter. It will be Charlie and Mark down there. And like I say, I have all the faith in the world that if you do it, and you tell him to have it over at 12, it'll be over at 12. Absolutely. No ifs, ands, or buts. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Exactly. And every committee, and they don't all, but every committee is supposed to provide their report in writing for books. So, sometimes it's the same old. It's in the book, what they say, and then what they present. So it's just a thought. But if we're trying to reinvent the convention each year, and that's one of the discussions. Any other questions? Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The Fire Prevention and Life Safety Branch, Chief Phillips. Will do that. Teresa. And we had Miss Fire Prevention come up too also. Thank you. The ambassador. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Madeline Mahan, the current Maryland State Firefighters Association Miss Fire Prevention for the years 2024 to 2025. I've been honored to serve for the past 2 months since the convention. We've been able to make it to a good amount of the counties in Maryland so far, and I'm very excited to do that. So again, any invites that you guys have for us, we're more than happy to do our best to attend those. My tip for this month and for this upcoming season is to please be aware for school buses, as they're going to start being very active as school gets going. Please make sure that your houses are also safe and prepared for the fall. And if you are going to start getting any of your heating equipment ready for your household, that it is properly stored and that it is clean before you use it. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Kate Magano. I am currently the MSFA Miss Fire Prevention, first runner-up for 2024-2025. I am beyond honored to have served the last 2 months, and the outreach that we've done so far has been pretty good, as we say to ourselves. I thank you guys for your continued support. in both of us. Again, the sooner we know about any events in your home counties and your home fire departments, the sooner we can get back to you, and the more likely we'll be able to reach those events. And my fire prevention tip for you this morning is, as the colder weather is starting to approach us, we want to make sure that our chimneys are clear and that our heaters are working properly with no leaks. Thank you.
Morning, everybody. So my report, our first meeting of the year was held at Pikesville, the fire marshal's office, on August 3rd. We discussed the following, and then today's executive meetings for the last 2 days has been about water safety, the importance of being attentive when all in the pool or open water. It started because I heard a 3-year-old child in Montgomery County sustained, they passed away while they were in a pool by themselves. The parents did not know that he had wandered into that area. On May 25th, a man was pulled from the Potomac River, Great Falls, while trying to swim. On June 1st, a 17-year-old boy drowned while swimming in the Potomac River while attempting to swim from Virginia to Maryland. On June 3rd, with the police investigating the death of the 3-year-old found in Montgomery County pool. That was a neighborhood pool, neighbor's pool. June 21st, a 6-year-old drowned in Dundalk Waterway. And July 17th, a 9-year-old drowned in Loch Raven Reservoir. I felt it was important that I bring this program to you today. Each of the executive committee members, I have something over there for you guys so that you can take it back. We did a little rubber ducky just to give a insight to protect. And we have the water watcher card from everybody for Safe Kids. Just to let you know some of the hard facts about drowning. Drowning is the leading cause of injury related to death among children between the ages of 1 and 4. And it's the third leading cause of unintentional injuries related to death among children 19 and under. Children less than 1 year or more are likely to drown at home in a bathtub or a bucket. I have some very sad news. I'm very upset about this. Until I get a little more clarity on something, I'll let you know that Pepco's smoke alarm program, that was actually started by several of us sitting in a certain bar in a certain place called the Cork Bar under Mr. Wilkins, because he worked for the Eastern Shore, Delmarva Power. Myself, Dean Hashmall, and Jimmy CV all came together, and we talked about trying to do something because they wanted to do something for the MSFA. It started with the lineman safety that they had created, that they made worldwide. Actually, they would travel with this program, and they gave us smoke alarms. For the last 20 years, the smoke alarms have been issued to the state of Maryland through Prince George's, Montgomery, and the District of Columbia, along with the Eastern Shore companies through Delmarva Power. Acceleron, who's purchased both of the companies, has decided to go on a different route, and they don't think the smoke alarm program is a vital program to continue. This takes it hard. The person that was actually in charge of the program, Pete Peterson, who was going to be bounding his 50th year with Pepco by the end of December, was let go with 100 other high-level executives in Pepco. There is talk that on either the 20th or the 24th of September, they're going to do an awareness program, but I'm not sure which dates they are yet. They have not told me. They're working on it. It'll be in Washington, D.C., where the last 3 companies, Prince George's, Montgomery, and D.C., will be given smoke alarms. I did talk to Matt Stevens because he handles the Eastern Shore side, and he said that they got to him and they said it's either not going to be any or it might be a reduced amount. I asked, please try to get the reduced amount as much as possible because we need these smoke alarms desperately. So until Acceleron changes, we hope that we'll be able to give some insight of how important this program is and actually how they've done and what they've done to help the citizens of these regions. It's really important that it continue. So I hope to have better news in December. So Ashley Polson, who is the intern for the Fire Marshal's Office, has been working actively on a map that shows all the visual smoke alarms that have ever been installed in the state of Maryland. She has quite the task, and she's gotten done the first 3 years. So we will hopefully be able to show you in December what the map looks like. I told her to start with the most recent alarms because that's the ones we need to showcase to Pepco, because some of those alarms did come from Pepco. For the national programs, the Red Cross does have the Sound the Alarm, Save a Life program, which is the working with the agencies to install smoke alarms. They have a pretty active program on the metropolitan regions, but my problem is they don't really feel the importance of the rest of the state. So I had a meeting with the director of this program because Baltimore County and the city of Annapolis have approached me saying that they reached out to them, had signed paperwork with the Red Cross, and the next day someone higher above said they would not continue the program. So with working with Mary Kay Oppie from Vision 2020 and the Michelle from the Red Cross, we're trying to find out what's going on, because that's not true. Because I told them there's other regions in the state that have worked with the Red Cross to get these alarms out there. They receive federal money from the Fire Act grant, and this is one of the things that they're supposed to do is partner with the regional fire departments, and they're not doing what they're supposed to. So Bruce did send me some updates, and we've shared them through the fire marshal's office, plus giving them to Kate when we can. They have all the outreach programs that they've turned over into a visual pictograph, as they call it. So there's no language to it, so you easily show the actions without having to worry about the language itself. They also created a new Keeping Kids Safe program that's out there. They have finalized the community risk reduction for the chief fire officers through Vision 2020. That is addressed to chief officers that have to meet certain mandates, or they have training that gives them the idea of what community risk reduction and how their challenges are to support their own departments. And they, it's a 12-month program. So you sign up, it's free, you go through the training, and at the end you'll receive the certifications. But it gives you the ability to talk to peers across this country, big and little departments, allowing you to understand the differences and hopefully making a change for your own area. That would be $5, please. That's not my phone, sorry, it's back there. Sorry, I have ADD when the phone goes. They also have created a Discovery Data Hub update. The Discovery for Vision 2020 is a new data hub. It allows you to take your information into your state. We're slowly adding all that stuff in there. It was just released to us, so I'm still trying to navigate this whole process, because right now the information is a little askewed. So we're taking our stuff to fix what they supposedly got from the federal government, so we know their information's wrong. Sorry. And then just to remind everybody, and I'll have more information, but I talked to Josh from South Carolina. Community Risk Reduction Week is January 12th through the 18th. Now last year the message was enforcement, and this program is based towards the fire service, so it allows the fire departments to understand what's going on out there. 2025, not quite sure what it might be, but he's been out on twin baby leave, so if I follow along with what we've been doing, it should be economic incentives. So when Josh returns, I'll find out what's going on. But that's a whole week, and we put out some kind of messaging to the departments. And then what Jason was talking to you all about, what I'm taking over in exploring for the state of Maryland, is the blueprint for success. It allows us to create a statewide collaboration engagement framework. It's called the SEF. We had done it when I was in Prince George's County, but not to the magnitude that they have it now. And under direction of the colonel, he's asked me to do this. So we're creating, and I'm going through all this stuff right now. I'm starting with the lower shores, and then I'll go to the western region, then the northeast region, and then the southern region, the way they have it mapped out. I'll let you all know more in December. And then for FABSCOM, it's really important that if you've been able to sign up for the Mid-Atlantic Life Safety Conference, that being November 3rd and 4th, all the information is up and ready to go. We did have a problem securing the visual alarms. We talked to Chris Roberts from OmniShield, and the fire marshals for the United States sent a message to Motorola and to the people that were making the chips that go into the smoke alarms, and he was able to get all of our alarms released back to us. He had production problems, and because of that, they were able to work with the two companies to get that stuff taken care of. So ultimately, we'll be back in business. We were holding down for a little while. And then, as I've said before, the national message this year is October 6th through the 12th. Please get out to your communities. Do whatever you can do to get your engagement back. You know, a lot of people are still dealing with the COVID again and all the other things that are happening. But ultimately, that's one of the things that we have to worry about. Domino's, again, has released their program so that you can contact your local Domino's and you can go and set up a day with them, or you can do the whole week if you want to. But someone calls the Domino's, they order their pizzas or the meals or whatever they get, and you go with them, you check their smoke alarms, and if they have working smoke alarms, they get their order for free. So that was a great thing. And then on the 6th, they did release the webinar, and I sent it out, so I'll send it again, but it's just giving the idea of what the messages this year, again, is definitely smoke alarms, because the 8th edition smoke alarm has been released. That was also a production problem, but they've slowly started to release those because the new alarms are out. So Kidda and First Alert were the first ones to actually have the new alarms available. So they will start seeing those on the shelves. And then again, this year's the message is smoke alarms, making them work for you. So at that, I'm done my part. Cindy?
Good morning. I submitted my report electronically. I just want to highlight a few things. We had a great Steps to Safety in Ocean City. I will just share with you that our data shows the same as what was already described by the convention, which is we get a group about 11 o'clock. Families come through, families with small children, families who come back year after year, and then a fair number of people come in right after lunchtime, and then by 2 o'clock nobody comes. We get a handful of people. We probably have less than 10 families that come through after 2 o'clock. Having said that, we feel we had over 300 people come through. Of those, 10% did the kiosk iPad survey for us. So this is a 10% response. I'm going to try something new next year, which is to have a response for companies. About 25% of the people who come through are not coming through for children, with children. They are coming through to see what is on the tables, what are the messages, what are the teaching points. We have 10 different stations, and at each station there's a lesson plan they can take with them, handouts of where they can get that material, and most of that material is not trademarked, not copywritten, and they can give it out. Even the Safe Kids and NFPA materials are free. You need to leave their logo on it, but you can make 10 copies or 1,000 copies for free. So it's open source, but it is indeed trademarked. So the companies come through, and I think what we'll do next year, so we have more data for you, which is on the second page of my report, we'll have a large touchscreen, actual monitor, and one will be directed specifically for those coming through from companies on what new information they would like, what information was new to them, and how they plan, when and how they plan to use that information. The other one will be for families. Having said that, we had most of the people come through on Sunday and Monday. The largest age groups are those from 4 to 8. In those two groups, we do have a lot of very young children who come through, and we're glad to see that because we have a safe sleep display and a medication display that really is focused more for parents than it is for children, although there are activities for children. With the exception of the families who brought kids through from either last year or 2 years ago when they were too young and now they wanted them to participate, over 60% of the people who come through saw our signs on the first floor. They didn't know we were going to be there. They just found out we were going to be there. I want to give 3 shout-outs, one of which is to Ocean City Public Service Access Point. They gave us 2 of their dispatchers full-time for 3 days. They brought the brand new display that I think is the one, Chip, you referred to 6 months ago. Oh, okay. All right. And it has a curriculum built into the box. It's all electronic. It has a curriculum for younger children, so preschool, kindergarten, first grade. It has a second iPad that is very specific for the school-age children. And the Davis boys went through it, spent about 15 minutes going through what happens, what the dispatcher knows, what is a dispatcher. Part of what they had was also educating people on their profession, because that is clearly another area where we don't have enough people to staff 24/7. And incredibly nice people to work with. Holly Trego set all of that up and coached them through, so thank you very much, Holly. The second shout out goes to our child passenger safety coordinator, Suzanne O'Gaitis-Jones, who built a brand new pedestrian safety station for us. It was in the middle. We used equipment that we've had for a number of years. We used all the brand new vision goggles, and people thoroughly enjoyed that. That was a new, innovative thing. We've already got the equipment, and so it was just a matter of putting that lesson plan together. And the third shout out goes to Tidal Health. Tidal Health Trauma Center in Salisbury comes every year. They totally redid their water safety display with 3 different cognitive age groups in mind. So something that was totally pictorial for little kids, quick question answers for school age kids, and then some hard scenarios about water and water safety, both open water as well as swift water for teenagers. I don't want to really read you the report. The outdoor display was very telling. We all know how hot it was, and so a number of pictures of heat stroke. My report actually was done as well as for Teresa's committee meeting, and at that time on August 1st, we had 19 children die across the country. We are now to 25. So you will see over the next week and a half from the Department of Transportation at the federal, regional, and state level, reminding people that it's not safe to leave your car unlocked because kids get in on their own, or obviously what happens when a child is left. Something new that we did this year, and I've already emailed Kate and Lynn to let them know we'd like to do it again next year. We did a 4-hour babysitting course led by Lisa Wilson, who is from Winfield Fire and Community. She teaches this all of the time. It is a nationally recognized course. We had 16 teenagers at 8 o'clock in the morning on Monday come for a 4-hour course, which we were impressed with. Their request is that we go to 9 o'clock next year. Apparently that 1 extra hour makes a big difference. And I think it reflects that high schools are opening later, recognizing our teenagers' biological clocks. But they leave with a backpack with everything they would need for young children, for school-age children to create their own resume, and she teaches them how to safely conduct it as a business and keep themselves safe as well as the children. So we'd like to do that again. All of our fire ambassadors from across the state who were in Ocean City and able to come joined us and did a number of different stations. So thank you to them. They are the ones who showed up. Our challenge is staffing the fire prevention, burn prevention table. Committee members on the fire prevention committee seem to be spread thin or not able to come because of personal issues and finances. So I will be meeting with the Johns Hopkins Burn Center because I'm meeting with them in the morning on this coming Tuesday about their trauma center designation. I'll meet with them in the afternoon and see if we can get the professional staff from Hopkins to actually give us 3 days or 2 days to staff that, because we really want an adult expert at every station so that all of the volunteers who are coming in have a mentor. And that's sort of a standard that we did. The only innovative thing that we learned in preparing that's brand new to me, may not be new to everyone, is the hazard house that we have had for many years that was purchased with funds supported from you all 20 years ago, I think. It is an expensive item. It is electric, but they now have an apartment as well as the traditional family home, and then they have a senior apartment. And so those are new resources that are available. Probably would require a grant or a very wealthy donor for folks to pull. I'm happy to go over any of the data or answer any questions. And thank you for your ongoing support.
Thank you. Any questions?
What's the cost on those last two items?
I wish I could tell you, because you have to fill in an interest form and have a salesman come see you to find out the real answer. But it was $5,000 for the house. I would imagine that has doubled. And if I could find a number, but we have not engaged with the salesperson yet. I would imagine the apartment is probably between $20,000 and $25,000, but that is conjecture.
I thought you were going to write a check mark, but I mean, is there interest that we should at least look into it, or not?
I feel about that the same way I feel about the new 911 display, which is about, well, I'm going to say 5,000. It's 4,890, I think. If we know that member companies do not have access to these and we could loan it out on a regular basis, yes, it would be worth the investment. They are very convincing. At least the hazard houses come with a manual. I would want to then abstract that into more simple language, because it's like 25 pages long, and we could easily do that in 1 hour meeting. If, on the other hand, all of the county PSAPs already have that 911 display, there's no point in the association spending $5,000 for me to pull it out of Crofton once a year.
No, not if we can borrow it from
So if
somewhere
we're going
else.
to invest in something, I want to know that there's a mechanism and that there's a desire for companies to come get it, have two people with them so they can lift it without getting injured, and then I'd be happy to work with Brian Slack and put together a video on how do you turn it on, how do you work with it, what are the 10 key teaching points, which is what we've done with the outdoor heat displays. And those trainings are usually about 11 minutes long. And then we put that up on YouTube, so if you borrow it, you can watch the YouTube and get the Cliff Notes version.
Right, particularly like the last one for the older population, because I mean, you look at what we do in Maryland, falls are still one of the highest instances for trauma-related stuff, and that would be something that we could utilize for our 55 and older community or assisted living stuff. It's something we don't really pay a lot of focus. Yes, Tim, I see you're looking at me. You're in that category too. I crossed that hurdle too, so I'm with you.
I think most of us are.
But when you look at our resources here, motor vehicles are still the number one in the state, and falls from our elderly is the second highest patient population at our trauma center see, and we don't do enough on that scope.
I think TraumaNet would welcome a partnership.
And that might be where I'm going at, as we figure out a 3 or 4 way partnership that we could work out.
Come to the mic up here. There's a microphone right in the table.
Just wanted to bring up one point, Teresa. When I had a swimming pool in the backyard and I had young children, I had something that when there was a wave that was made, it would eat. Okay. Is there a way that we can get this out to the people so that in a flyer, in some way that you can get this out to them? Because this is very important, and the technology is even better now. I'm sure there's a pager you can wear on your belt that actually has that. Mine was...
Family did have a fence. and the child had walked into the water, like, and they say because it quiet splash, they didn't hear him. So I do believe the sensor that goes in the water, that find out information to get it out to everybody.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any more questions?
Good morning. You'll notice in your agenda here, there is no name next to the Residential Sprinkler Trailer Initiative Committee people. We don't have a chairman. I'm speaking now. I was the chairman of this committee proudly for many years. And I've been saying for the past couple years, I've been begging this committee to take an interest in the residential sprinkler trailers for at least 3 years. We're homeless. We're in a building right now. It's being demolished. I expect a call any minute. Move your trailer or else. I've had one phone call from one member of this committee that asked questions and actually tried to find a place to put those trailers. One trailer sitting at College Park right now. I guess it's still there. I haven't seen it in 3 years. That's good. We came to the Western Shore twice, disappeared both times. With that being said, what are we going to do, gentlemen? I'm serious. I'm not asking a facetious question. What are we going to do? I'll tell you right now, for whoever your next chairman is, and this has to go over to the president, that Germantown Volunteer Fire Company has requested the burn trailer. It's the first request I had this year for October the 19th. And I've had one from Glendale for October the 13th. Who do I send these people to? Who do I tell them to talk to? I don't know. I get a phone call once a week about this. Just last night, Kate received an email about this. I don't know what to tell anybody. I've been asking for help. For the past 3 years, myself, my brother, my son, and a very close friend have been keeping these trailers on the road. Well, I've run out of help, and I've run out of a place to keep them. So I'm asking, what do I do now? I'm not the chairman, but I'm willing to ask that question. Anybody knows me, I will ask a difficult question.
I can't give you any advice, Bob, but we'll try to find out some information on it and start asking around again. We did before, and also trying to find a location to store them. And as you know, every time we find one place, they're either renting it out or closing it down or moving on. So it's been an ongoing problem, but we need to find a source and an answer for it.
All right. Without objection, I will make a phone call. I'm going to start in Oden. Somebody told me Odenton's the middle of the state. And I'm going to try to find a warehouse. It's got a 14-foot door and a 60-foot back, 12-foot wide. I don't know what that's going to cost. I bet it's going to cost something. There is a budget. If it hasn't changed, I haven't looked at it. It would cover that rent for quite a while. And something has to be done. Now, I can fix the trailer one more time, have it ready to go one more time. After that, I don't know what to tell anybody.
So that's the size you need 60 feet?
The trailers are 30 feet generically, and it's two of them. So it would have to be 50 feet. Got to be 12 wide because they're 8 foot wide, and they got the doors on them are 8 foot, so you're not going to get it completely open at 12. But you can get in it and work with it. And it's got to be a 14-foot door.
Thank you. Anybody else have anything to say? Questions, comments?
My question would be, who do I tell these people, one from Germantown, one from Glendale, well, Lee's here from Glendale. Who do I tell them to talk to?
Is that the county open house?
I can't answer that question.
Well, I'm sure.
You know what I mean?
I'm not asking you specifically
yes.
for an answer, but if I don't ask the question and it came up later, it's like, well, why didn't you ask? So I will ask. But that will be the final report that I'll have.
I think the past President Cox over there is going to have a comment for you.
You're not going to like my comment because the one at College Park is sitting outside and the weather is doing it's really eating it.
And that was the one that was destroyed by a certain, never mind.
Past president.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, the one door's off of it right now
Yeah, because
and leaned up against it. We got to do something.
and I've asked that person to be responsible, and I get laughed at. So
I think that would come back to us.
We're going to have to try to work on it. Everybody does. It's a team effort. Maybe we can find you an answer. See, we're going to get chairman. Raise your hand. Tag, you're it. Thank you.
That will be all, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Excellent report.
Mr. Chairman, before Bob leaves, I mean, we're talking about the trailer. So what size vehicle do you need to pull it? Because that's an issue, getting it around, having somebody pull it.
Minimum of a 1 ton or a 1 1/4 ton. 5/4, it works perfectly. We have pulled it with a 1 ton before.
So you need a 1 ton
Yeah.
dually.
Yeah, if you pull it with single wheels, you will get some movement. If you got a dually, you won't have those issues. We pulled it with a 1 ton straight, and it was fun. I can tell you that.
Well, so you really got two problems. One is where we're storing 2 trailers and a vehicle to pull it with.
Realistically, that's correct.
So I think that's a question maybe that the executive committee or the vehicle committee or someone needs to take a look at, because we want these things to continue to be moved around. You really got to take a serious look at it. And you're right, you brought that up with my term too, and crickets, yes, trying to find a location. So it may behoove us to help him out, and if we got to rent a space temporarily, that gets that one trailer off of Murphy's lot, and that might be a subcommittee that maybe we can find some carpenters or folks somewhere centrally that could help us do that to keep that program going. If not, then my next recommendation would be to get rid of the trailers. If we're not going to take an interest in them,
Yes, sir.
either we move it forward or we get rid of them.
is it got a cover?
They got to be inside.
It's got to be inside. Well, they're boxed out.
They're not designed to sit out in the weather.
They're boxed out. They need either a tarp cover that goes over both boxes, or they have to be inside.
I think it would be easier to do them, find some place to do them inside where people can work on them out of the weather. That's the ideal spot. So I think our decision would be either find a decent space, which would be the first part of it, and then if we're not going to go forward, to have folks use it to figure out a vehicle that we can tow them around. Not everybody has a dually that can make that happen. Then we need to seriously think about getting rid of them.
Yes, sir. Any other comments? All right, here comes Richard. He's going to make a part of IT, and he can take care of it.
Sorry, but I just wanted to jump in on this. Anytime you go by or find a place to put them, if you find a place for us to put the audio trailer, that would be really nice too. And if you're going to buy a dually, then we can stop using Chris's truck to pull it and it'll keep your truck moving well.
We didn't say nothing about buying a truck. We just want to know what size you needed.
Dual purpose multitask.
Okay, thank you, Chief. Yeah, I think we can assign them to the convention committee and let Robbie take care of them. All right, next up is the awards branch, Lee, with Doyle Cox Awards, Bill Lay, Firefighter of the Year, Hall of Fame, Shine Award, Bobby Jacob.
All right. I'm going to let Doyle go first as the awards committee, but just keep in mind, a lot of these awards really are not going to kick in until around April. Most of them are April 15th. However, just keep that in mind. So,
thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yesterday I handed out a copy of my report. We'll start off with, in the report, the Chief Chaplain Emeritus, Reverend J. Harvey Dixon, Chaplain of the Year Award. If you remember at your last meeting, you approved this award as a yearly award with some additional information to come back today. So in the report I handed out, you have a copy of the rules and regulations that has been reviewed by several, and anyway, it's up for adoption, and it would take effect this year. That would be an action item to approve the guidelines for it.
Got a motion by Doug Simpkins and second by Tim Dayton that we adopt the and approve the awards committee recommendation for the Chief Chaplain Harvey Dixon Award. Any questions? All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The record show it passed unanimously.
Thank you. As been reported today, over the weekend, since the convention, a number of items reference the presentation of awards did not go as smooth as it was hoped that they would go. Yes, there was some hiccups, there was some concerns, there were some problems, but I think we have, between the committee chairs and so on, we've addressed these. We're working on them, and yeah, we can go from there and, change some things around where next year's presentation will be smoother. The concern on some of the awards had not been notified the nominator or the person that made the nomination had not been notified, or the department had not been notified that John Doe was receiving an award or whatever. I don't know how many letters I sent out on the different awards that, yes, John Doe did receive we received his nomination. He did or she did not receive the award. However, report if you can send that person to be there to receive a certificate or a plaque or whatever. It's all spelled out in the different letters that were sent out. So, yes, that's being worked on. We will work harder to get that improved and, make the presentation smooth. One award that we are working on now to streamline or retire is the Zembar Training Award. This is the award for the number of hours of training that they did or did not participate in. But anyway, the award is given out by the Zembar family. And in previous, I had talked to past President Peggy Zenbauer on the possibly retiring this award. Past President Cox and I will be working on this within the next couple of weeks to come up with a decision. Do we retire? Do we start out with possibly two different awards, one for a large company, one for a small company? How are we going to recognize the companies for the amount of training that they do or participate in? So that's on the screen to work out, and come back at a later date. And I possibly will come back to you in a special session or a Zoom call session to get this approved with our recommendation. So that's to come. With that, I know President Jacobs, past President Jacobs, has worked on the Shimer Administrative Person of the Year. He's had some concerns on that. He's got some guidelines. I'm not sure if he's coming up or...
I don't think he's coming up, but here he comes. I know he's still working on it, so I don't know if he wants to present it today or not, but he's on his way up.
Right. And I think a couple of his recommendations was, possibly move the deadline back some. And I think this is a possible for some of the other awards, is we can look at them, the committee can, and bring some of them back at a different date instead of waiting until the latter part of May or first part of May to bring them back in, say April the 15th or the 1st of April. So there's additional information on that. Bob?
Thank you.
Thank you, Joel. Yes, we're looking at realigning the submission date. Currently it's May 1. We are looking at possibly April 1. The timeline is pretty tight. By the time we receive them in May, distribute the information out to the committee members and make a decision. It just makes it difficult for whomever may be the recipient to have time to make arrangements to be in Ocean City and so forth. There's some other aspects of the criteria we would like to review through the committee. However, some of you may recall, this was a request by the family, so consequently, and it was adopted by the executive committee. I can't remember what year it was now. Shortly after Bob passed away. We want to make sure that we have had the opportunity to review any changes with the family, because they theoretically are the sponsorship of the award. So once we have been able to accomplish all that, hopefully we can get back to you at the December meeting with a recommendation and a request to make the change.
Thank you, Bobby.
Thank you.
And not only on that one, but with possibly some of the others, is limit the number of nominations that are being presented or being made on some of the awards. For example, I know with the one, the Shimer Award, Bobby had a list of nominations from one company, a long list, for the same award. Under the some of the other awards, yes, there was a list of more than two from a individual company. And there's a couple of, they're fighting against, or they're competing against each other for the award. So consideration is being given to possibly reduce the number of nominations for some of the awards. And this has got to go back to some of the owners of the awards, along with the chairman of the different committees. So this is another avenue that we're looking at. Then there was some of them, we'll take as many as you can get. For example, the 50-year service pin. That is still a vital nomination, a vital award. If you haven't recognized the individuals that has 50 plus years of service, please go in and do it now. Recognize them while they're still alive. The Gates Award, you can have more than one nomination there. So there's a number of things that we'll be looking at. Anyone else? Yes, sir.
Two questions. First off, on the Zembauer Award. For the last, I don't know how many years, it's been a Frederick County company because Smiley White, our training committee chairman, sends the whole county in, which is great. But other than those companies, how many submissions do we get? Because it's been a Frederick County company for as long as I've been on executive this time around and before, which I'm not complaining about, but I'm concerned about. Is that award, other than the ones that Smiley sent in, who else puts in?
Quick answer to that is maybe one other company, sometimes, maybe two. Right. But overall, normally, it's just Frederick County. Steve and I have talked about this, looked at it, and if it wasn't for Smiley sending all them in, they would be none. The award would not be presented. So, but there's a case where the award is given out for the number of hours of training. However, if you're at a large company, Ocean City, Bel Air, Prince Frederick, or wherever, you're not going to be able to compete in receiving that award with Newmarket, United, ones like that. They're smaller companies. So that's where we're looking at possibly creating a second award, one for the large and one for the small.
And the other question is simple. On the 50-year, I know it's online, but can they be sent in, let's say, 5 or 6 people with that same information one time?
Yes, they can.
Okay, I had a question on that. Thank you.
They can, if your department, and a lot of them has done this, is send me an email. I need the person's name, correct name, number of years, and the department. And, you can do 15, 20 or more, and that we have done this. So, that's it. Anyone else?
Any other questions for the committee? Charlie?
Yeah, just to follow up on Doyle's comments about some confusion with some of the awards this year. I'll take responsibility for that. We didn't plan it out very well, I think, with putting the packages together for the Hall of Fame and the Marbury Gates. and we ended up trying to get it together real quick in the morning of the awards, and not a very good lighted area. And somehow or another, they got switched, I guess, on the tables. Dave Keller and I, and put them together, and we're going to do better next year. We're going to try to get them out a little earlier, Doyle is, so we can put them together and get them set up and ready to go. And hopefully we won't have that kind of mistake again.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, question.
Yes,
Gentlemen, I write notes here, and everybody's staying with this April deadline, and then moving towards convention within 60 days. Okay. Is our timeline too short? Should we bump it back, bump everything back till March? Do it March the 1st, because that's 60 days into a new year. Your company should have some idea of who did what within 60 days. This way, it will give you guys an additional 30, 45 days to work on it. So why not make all the awards applications March the 1st? Is that doable for you to avoid, Charlie, what you just spoke about? And Doyle, you got to be inundated with crap. That's the bottom line. I mean, I don't see how you can keep it all straight unless you got a room for this award, a room for that one in your home. I don't think you do.
I got a very understanding wife.
Whoa. My wife would have said, nah. But
she's the right-hand person.
Congratulations to you, girl. I'm telling you, keeping him straight's number one job. And then keeping us straight is number two. So I'm just questioning the timeline for submissions to give everybody a fair shot of, taking the information in for awards. That's my question.
Answer to your question, I think it's doable, but I don't think we're at the stage at the present time to make that decision, because we have, as I said earlier, we have sponsors of different awards that we need to converse with them on some of these things. And they probably going to say yes, but I think we owe them the courtesy first of contacting them and find out they're willing to accept that.
Any other questions, comments? Tim?
Dole.
Yeah, follow up to Doug's question. Can we sit here today and say the 26th convention, the deadline for awards will probably be April 1st? I know we're going to be pushed with doing what you want to do, but and make that statement so that we can get that information out. I think Dougie's right, and that's going to be a question: is when we make them all the same.
As I say, it makes sense. I agree with you, but I still think before we make that decision, we need to make contact with the sponsors of some of these awards first.
That, and some of them are by bylaws, say when they have to be submitted. There may be some bylaw changes.
And it's a good seat. And, oh, I know. Why? Any other questions?
Yes.
Randy.
What can be done to
enhance the notification, please, to their recipient or whatever.
Mr. Jacobs and I we talked about this, and letters have gone out. Now, it's up to the individual president at the company level or the chief, whoever made the nomination, to notify the individual how or when. Some of the, and I know, Eric, you brought this up some time back, that, all the nominations should be signed by either president or chief. However, if you are making a nomination of John Doe down at, Timbuktu Department, are you going to notify the chief and the president also down there that the nomination has been made? See, that's...
I think that one, and what you're talking about, I think first of all, because a lot of chief officers or presidents don't know that somebody's had their name submitted, that first of all, it needs to be either on some type of company or official letterhead that the nomination is being made, because that is, even though other subordinate members of a department may want to recognize someone and we've had that, this happen in the past, we've had that this year, that I've had either the president or the chief come up and say, well, Eric, I didn't even know that the person was even nominated for their award. And I think that's unfair to the department heads. We want to recognize our folks, yes, for everything that they do, but there's got to be an official way to do that. So whether it's through either your county association or through your local department, that's first and foremost one of the things that I would hope that we change, that it's got to be on the official letterhead so someone of authority knows that their people are being recognized. And if we're going to say April 1st, I certainly agree in concept, and Dale and I are sitting here talking, that maybe we can agree in the concept that you're going to go back and talk to the folks that are sponsoring awards, that we do need a firm cutoff date, and that way we're consistent going forward. So however that maps out, or if we need to have another meeting, that's fine. But on the front end, I think when folks make the submissions, it's got to be on official letterhead, and people need to know about it, because it goes that way.
Eric, to respond to that, I know in one case, the individual company or department has an awards committee within their organization.
Yep.
Consequently, they are the ones that submit the award request. However, in all cases that I've dealt with, it's always been on company or department letterhead. So that part of it, we accept as an official document,
yep.
But that doesn't mean that the organization hierarchy is familiar with that submission.
I agree. Folks have their awards committees, but at some point in time, the onus comes back to the department that they got to notify their leadership.
Well, maybe we need to incorporate within the confines of all of the awards that is signed by the
president or chief. Yeah. And the leadership's got to know that their personnel, and I ran into that. I was one of those that had to figure out how to get a company member to Ocean City within a week's notice, and luckily their boss was allowed them to do that. I certainly paid her way, because that was another issue. How do I get there, room, and all that kind of stuff. So it takes time on an administrative function part of that, without trying to spill the beans that, hey, you're on an award, but if we got to tell them that, come to Ocean City, we got to do that. I know sometimes we were trying to be selective and not tell someone that they're getting an award. Then again, it goes back to anyone that is recognized for an award. We need to do our due diligence, and they need to, if they're not going to be the recipient of the main award, they should all receive a certificate saying thank you that you were recognized this time, but going forward. And again, that dovetails to me in the recruitment and the retention efforts, so that we're saying thank you for being nominated and keeping you in check, so, and good luck to you the next time around, but that's a whole different caveat to it. So.
Tim, go ahead.
A lot of the awards you can actually submit online. I know like the firefighter of the year, you can actually submit those online. And a lot of, I would say probably 99% of them came with copy plus an email copy. Yes. And they had, stuff on department letterhead. But if a department committee, whoever submits it online, there's no department.
Right. So they'll be able to download it on Word to the submission. I mean, folks want to be able to do that, do the cut and paste. And
right.
Do it,
there is some work to be done. There is some work to be done. So
we're in the age of electronics. We got to make that work for us, but at the same time, they can cut and paste on there and cut the letter.
Right. But I'm just saying, the way it's set up right now, you can do it online, and there's no mechanism.
There's no track.
Yep.
I think we need to refer this back to the awards committee. And let them go through the whole list, come back with recommendations of the deadline and how you proceed on filling them out. And if it is done online, because I know the ones I submitted, I emailed it, then followed it up with a mail thing. But I didn't fill it out online, but it was on company letterhead. But however you want the rules are already there. We gotta follow the rules right now until we change them. So let's move on. Charlie, you have anything to say? Okay, buddy. Thank you. At this time, go ahead. You get ready to talk? Okay. We're gonna take a 5-minute recess so we can have a bathroom break and see Sandy for the 50-50 and go back there and see past President Sharon Worthington to do the Betsy Marshall Fund, help her out. So then we're going to have a drawing. So we'll see y'all in 5 minutes. Thank you. Okay, we're gonna reconvene now with, Information Technology Branch, Ron Block.
Sell her ticket.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to let our subcommittee.
Here, it's muted.
Hello? There you go.
Yeah.
I'm going to let the subcommittee chair speak for themselves. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Morning, sir.
I've got nothing really to say other than I wanted to thank, and I should have done it yesterday while Jason was here, but when Chris was unable to make it to the convention, Joe Walters and Carl Whitmer jumped in and came up and saved us at the convention. Because I'd have been in deep, deep cockeye if I hadn't had them there to help with the audio video stuff. So a big thank you to them for all they did. I will make two comments. One, when you hear folks saying that their stuff is hard to find on the website, it's not a new complaint. Okay? And I gotta tell you, it used to be easy, and our organization and website has grown so much. There is so much information on that site, and it is difficult to put everything on the homepage. So when people say that, we'll do the best we can. But quite honestly, you have to use tiered menus to get around a site that is as big and has as much information in it as ours does. So much for that topic. One other topic, old laptops. Actually, two things on that. I wasn't going to say a thing. Old laptops. I get the complaint now and then from folks, this isn't a new laptop you gave me. Well, that's true. I try to make laptops last at least 5 years in the organization. After 5 years, they're pretty much ready to be replaced. So if I get a laptop handed back to me that's 1 or 2 years old, it gets handed back out to somebody else. And if they complain about it being old, I'm sorry, but it's going to last me 3 more years, period. Mark, you said something yesterday about Office 365. I have deliberately kept us out of Office 365. There is some credits that Microsoft provides to nonprofit organizations. However, once you hit certain limits, then they start charging. I will go back and look at it because I started looking at it again yesterday. They have cranked it up from organizations of 25 to 300. But the real big benefit of Office 365 is when you are doing collaborative work together. So in offices, it's great because you have people that are doing nothing but sitting at a computer all day. So they can take advantage of Teams to say, hey, did you do this? Or could you look at that? Blah, blah, blah. Our organization doesn't really do that. We don't have people looking at their computer all day long, using stuff. Now that we have the recruitment reps, things may have changed some. There may be more work that can be done there, and I'll work with Kate and see if we can take advantage of some things there for collaboration. But because most folks use their own laptops for their own computers at home. To get to Office 365, you end up having to create an Active Directory domain. And I can't make your computer at home be a part of the domain because you don't want me to do that. It creates problems for you. If everybody was using their own or their company laptops or MSFA laptops for all their work, it would be very helpful. But most people, honestly, most of the laptops we give out are used at a committee meeting or at the executive meeting and are not used when people go home. They put them back in their case for the exec committee meeting and put them away for the committee meeting. And that's quite honestly why I have decreased the level of, I don't want to say performance, but as I told an executive committee many years ago, there are 3 layers or levels of equipment, A, B, and C. And I used to buy nothing but B and A for the real power users, which are top of the line things. B for professional work and that kind of thing. Now a lot of what I buy for committees are C. They're basically residential use machines because they're significantly cheaper and they don't get used. So, and I give you that information just based on what I get back. I know what I can look at the machine and tell if it's being used. And I thank you. And
Thank you. Anybody have any questions of Richard? Thank you for the information and update. Chris, you're up.
Hey, is this thing on? Okay.
You're the mic man.
So the reason why I wanted to come up here is for those of you who didn't know, the reason why I was not in Ocean City is because my mom passed away in June. But part of what Richard said, I wanted to thank Joe Walters, Carl Whitmer, and Richard for taking care of things. I like to think I did a good enough job kind of training my guys that they, y'all probably didn't even know I wasn't there. So I'll go with that. And then I also would like to thank Randy Smith, Kate Lovelace, and Ron Sarnicki and also Richard for the occasional text while I was in Florida, just making sure everything was going okay.
Thank you.
So, with that, I now am responsible for the care of my intellectually disabled sister. She can pretty much take care of herself, but needs somebody to make life decisions for her as far in regards to money and all that. So she's going to be residing with me and my wife in Maryland. And then the main reason why I wanted to come up here is there was some mention of succession planning earlier. And this was not even on my radar 2 months ago. But because of that and care of my sister, I have made the decision to retire from Montgomery County. In possibly 2 to 3 years, I will have 30 years of service because I started my 29th year yesterday. And need to find a replacement for what I do with the MSFA. So I already do sort of have a lead as far as who can handle the executive committee meeting stuff. But in regards to like the convention things, I'll keep an eye out, and if anybody else knows of anybody that would like to take it over, I'll be more than happy to help make the transition as easy as possible. But like I said, I'll still be around for up to 3 years. So it's going to take somebody that's willing to commit a significant amount of their own personal time, because, just getting things together and riding back and forth between wherever they live and the storage unit in Crofton. And I thought about it the other day, and I've been doing conventions for, this year would have been my 22nd. And I've been doing the executive committee meetings probably for 10 to 12 years now. So it's work I enjoy doing. People sometimes question as to why I do it, and I was like, well, I like doing it. So it's to me, and also about being a firefighter has never been about money. I mean, when I started, the annual salary was $26,000 for a starting firefighter. It is significantly increased. I think it's probably like at least twice that now. I'm like, and like my captain usually says, I make pretty decent money for a guy with a high school education. So, but yeah, just need to, and I know now past President Smothers has brought this up before, and Richard has brought it up, that need to find a replacement for me, because 3 years I'm going to be moving back to Florida with my sister and my wife. So that's all I got to say.
Anybody have any comments or questions? Thank you for your dedication. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
So, with that information, if you...
You can't go at the same time.
I can't go at the same time?
You can't go at the same time. We can't start out with two new guys.
I'm not planning to go anywhere, Roger. But with that information, if you know anyone that is in the TV business or professional audio video business, and if they're just YouTube geeks, we'll teach them, right? This job does require, besides the amount of dedication it requires and labor, it does require some technical expertise. We can teach them, but we don't have this stuff out every day, and we don't have a place to lay it out and leave it. And spend, leave it set up to be able to run classes. So we need people, hopefully, that have a little bit of experience or a little bit of technical expertise who can pick it up quickly. But we would like to find someone as quickly as possible, because they need to get used to the convention configs, the exec committee configs, and the amount of labor involved in getting in here the day before, setting it up, and so on. And I want to thank Chris for all the things he's done for us for years and years.
Mr. Chairman. Yes, sir. Chris, first of all, my condolences on lost your mother, but I know the hard work that you've done, you and Richard always do behind the scenes. There's a lot of work. You guys usually come in 2 or 3 o'clock the day before and set all this stuff up and travel around and make our convention sing. Always with Richard too, and you're right. And I've talked to you about there's got to be succession planning. I mean, that should always be in the back of all of our minds. Who's coming behind us? And I've said it before. I need to say that in my own company. It's our job to show people how to do what we do. So we shouldn't want to say that we want to stay in these chairs forever. It's who's coming behind us. It's up to us to provide that guidance and expertise to get folks, our younger folks, how to get to these chairs. So I commend you for everything that you have done for this organization. Like I said, it's a little harder. You got to operate that keyboard back there. I do like that to be a hot mess to me, but I know you guys know how to pull it together. But it would behoove us to try to find some folks to help you with that. I know there's a lot of IT gurus out there, so if we have those, we'll certainly then submit those names and send them to the hopper for you. But thank you for everything you've done for us.
Thank you, sir.
Anybody else? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Strategic Initiatives, Branch Director there, Doug, you're up.
Just work from here. I'll defer to past President Cox if there any information for the strategic planning steering, and Roger, the past President's Committee, and Chip for the risk management and the update.
Chip's in charge of the strategic planning steering committee at this time too.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That changed in.
Yes, my apologies.
In June, the previous committee submitted our final report. It's now Chip.
And we will be meeting a little later on to get with the president and do a follow-up after first year for the report for next year. So that's where we are with that. With respect to risk management, we are awaiting the information for renewal of our insurance policies this year. Double check with Kate, make sure that our name changes are in the works for the insurance carrier. And Mitch and the past President Cox and the CAR committee have been gracious enough to again work with BFIS to correct our fleet, which some reason we did all that last year, and somehow in their computer system they keep bringing back units we got rid of 5 years ago. So that's also in the works with respect to risk management. So when we receive the renewals, I'll be working with Mr. Block and I, and we will be reviewing our insurance renews in November, so the renewal will happen before our next meeting.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. The past President's Committee, I don't have any report at this time.
Very well.
Okay. Yes, sir. You have to tell me the date. It's September the 25th, I believe. We're planning on the past President's boat trip and luncheon in September. It will be on a Saturday. I have to look. I think it's the 25th. Mark's going to check his calendar here in a minute. Let me know. And at this time, we could go ahead and like ask past President, Ladies Auxiliary Sharon Worthington to do her drawing for the Bessie Marshall Fund. And then Sandy, you'll be up next. And then we're going to move into the public information branch. Tim.
I want to again say thank you to Holly and to Kay Trago for donating the raffle item that we have back there. There's $75 worth of Maryland things in that basket. It has bottled wine and some wine glasses and some other things, and we appreciate that because they always step up to the Bessie Marshall Fund. And we appreciate the fact that because of your generosity this week, we will be able to pay for a week, at least a week and a half, of someone's benefit from your buying these raffle tickets this week. And the winner is 967065. Okay. And again, thank you. I just got, Teresa went home and got her mail, and I got 3 more cases this morning that have come in, so we're on a roll here. We already had 5 since convention with those 3 that have come in. So keep looking for those people who need this benefit and send them our way, please.
Okay, get out your blue tickets. And thank you for your donation. The winner gets $173. That's not bad. All right, the ticket number is 765838. Oh, there we go. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Tim, you're up.
Okay, while the committee chairs that are here today, Ronnie Watkins, past President Underwood, and past President McCray, you guys want to come up, I'll, as far as the volunteer trumpet committee, Jonathan, like I said, he is always looking for new ideas and stuff like that. And I got to give him and Stephen credit. That thing has taken a whole new look, and it's top notch. They've done an excellent job taking that trumpet and taking it to where it is today. So, like I said, he's just always looking for stuff to put in it. So get it to him, get it to me, or whatever, and we'll let the committee chairs give their reports.
I'll go first. Ron Watkins, Public Relations Committee. I've been pretty busy with all kinds of stuff, not the least of which is I'm getting ready to take my granddaughter over to Bridgewater College in 3 more days and getting her ready to get her in school. So that's been taking a little bit of our time. I've been working, and I've talked to several of my committee members about what we did last year and what we can do better this year coming up. I've been working to sort out, so I collate about 500 and some odd pictures that were taken by our 4 people doing the photography work around the convention. I don't think we got to everything, but we got to as much as we could. I'd like to thank those who, my son and Kathy Dunn, several of the others that came around and did a lot of the pictures of the different things that are going on. The Ladies Auxiliary Group is meeting in another far end of the hall, and they have several things going on in different sections of the main hall that need to be covered, and yet one person can't reach them. Would like to say I was very disappointed this year that several of our award winners never came back to get their pictures taken. Now, this is one of the things that we do try to do every year. We get pictures of them, we send pictures out to those who ask for them, and we also try to get into the local press that covers that particular individual's department. Pictures of the ones that never done. Now, I don't know what the newspapers do anything with them or not, but we get them out to them. And the people that we talked to there said, oh, well, we weren't told we had to go back there. And some of them, I think, were told, but just didn't listen. And in order to get the knowledge of the awards being given and get some interest from local departments, it really helps to get the people out to see pictures of the winners anyway. If we don't tell people that we're giving the awards out, they really don't know. And the local departments, it doesn't cost them anything. We keep talking about recruitment and retention, but you're not going to retain anybody if they don't see any results of it. And this is just one cheap way to let the people know that, hey, we're thinking about you, we appreciate you, we shoot you in for an award. I'd just like to note I've been to several different fire department activities recently and tried to get pictures of some of them, and we're getting pictures out to those groups as well. This morning, the comments made about the awards. One of the things that I have mentioned, we've been talking about this for 20 years, some of you young people don't know about it. The ones that are getting the nice awards, anybody who's getting an award, they got to come on stage for it. I know just recently they started, Joel and some have been trying to get those out to the winners that they're going to be expected to be at Ocean City and on stage. But, and I think Dan talked to us, a couple others, and he got the Glendale Thompson Trophy. Nobody told him he was going to have to be on stage. He's up there in his old beach clothes and everything. He's been called to go on stage for the prestigious award. If you're going to get an award, it's nice for the fire department and your family to know about it so they can maybe be there. Some of the members of your own department can be there to appreciate the fact you're getting something. It's really a nice deal, and the presenters need to make sure this is done. The ones who are presenting the awards and sponsoring the awards should be telling the people ahead of time, hey, look, Tuesday morning, be up there early, you're going to get a special award, we need to be dressed up nice. It just makes for a better picture, it makes for a better impression on everybody in the stage and the audience, And hopefully, if we can get it into the papers, it looks good in the newspapers too. I'd like to thank everybody that's helped us this year. In speaking with what Eric and some of the others have talked about, I've been trying to work. I'll be 77 in about 5 days. And it's hard for me to walk today. Much more harder to walk now than it used to be. And I've been working getting my son Tom and 2 or 3 other people involved with getting around to getting the pictures that we need. So they can do it and cover the ground, and I can just sit back in a corner and put my feet up and let somebody else do the work. Seriously, I'm trying to get a couple people interested in working in the photography end of it and doing the public relations act and getting out and letting the people in the wood departments know that we do care about more than just shooting it on the stage. If anybody has any questions for me or anything that they would like for us to try to do for them, please contact me so we can get out and do it and get the word out and work with you, okay? That's all I have.
Thank you. Joe.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Executive Committee members, officers, guests, and members. The Marketing and Events Committee has hosted a booth at 3 events over recent months, which include the Maryland Emergency Management Association Symposium, the MML Summer Conference, and the MACO Summer Conference. I noted in the report from the first VP, he commented we need better communications with the public and for our elected officials, especially telling them what we do. This is exactly what this committee does at these events. In addition, we also get contacts for vendors for our convention. So it's a lot accomplished. So at MML, Chief Phillips here to my left, had an opportunity to have a brief conversation with Governor Westmore and Lieutenant Governor Miller, and also a photo op with our new logo. At the MACO conference, we connected with a lot of legislators and county representatives. Again, Chief Phillips may elaborate on that. MML and MACO are also represent an opportunity for the fire chiefs and the MSFA to work together. At MACO, it worked well to have the MSFA booth at one end of the hall and the fire chief's booth at the other end of the hall. We were able to connect with the participants no matter which direction they were coming from. But at MML, we think the setup would work better if our booths were side by side. We discussed the possible layout and think that having booths side by sides and having both fire trucks podiums there would grab more attention. Since MML immediately follows the MSFA convention, we would like to propose the possibility that at the close of the MSFA convention, we load the MSFA podium on the fire chief's trailer so that it would be available, both podiums would be available the following week. This is something I'm throwing out for you to think about. I would like to wrap up by thanking those who have helped. I want to thank Barb McCrae for her participation at the MDEM Symposium, and John Denver, Kate Lovelace, and Legislative Chair Bob Phillips for their assistance at the MML conference. Also, a very sincere thank you to John Denver for his years of chairing the Marketing and Events Committee. He established a lot of good relationships, which I hope to be able to carry forward and build on. So, I think I now want to turn this over to Chief Phillips for his comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Because it's a couple working parts here. With the booths at both ends at MACO, the way MACO is set out different than MML. No matter which way or at both ends of the corridor, they put all the state departments in. We're number 1 on one end and we're number 2 on the other. And this seems to work out better because not everybody goes up and down the entire aisleway. MML, the aisleway that we're on and have been on for a long time, is a little shorter. And again, we're at the very end of it. We catch the most amount of traffic there. This past MML, the MFCA, and the MSFA were side by side. They worked out very well in a couple instances where someone would walk up to one booth and ask a question specifically related to the other booth. We were side by side. I had people come up and ask questions. I directed them right around to our executive director. She had a few questions. People come to her. She brought them right, standing side by side. We were able to work. It worked out very well. And just in the discussion of the two committees, we thought we would try that again to see how well it works. The only change would be, we always have our podium there. I asked if maybe the MSFA would allow their podium to also sit there. The two would be separated by about 4 or 5 feet, but everybody walking through there, and a lot of times they don't know we're even two different associations, but we are the firefighters. That's what they see. They want to talk to the firefighters. At MML, there was going to be abbreviated times that the governor and lieutenant governor were even going to be meeting with people. Meeting with their staff, let them know where we were. They walked right on down past everybody else, their own departments, and came down to the firefighters. We'd like to go forward with this. I can tell you on behalf of the Maryland Fire Chiefs, we think it's a good idea. We'd like to try it and see how it works out. We spoke with the two committees. We can actually get a commitment for MML for the next, or for MACO right now for the next 5 years. They can lock us into where we are. And we're working on getting the same commitment out of MML. This is information. I don't know anybody here who wants to get in the deep weeds of this thing. But for the people that work these programs, this seems to work the best. We'd like to go ahead with it, advance it, see if we can't make more of it. Thank you.
Anybody got any comments, questions?
Done. It's done.
There you go. All in favor, say aye. All opposed? Got to ask questions. But anyway, there you go. There's your directions.
Thank you, sir.
Frank, you're up.
All right, I'm more of a problem solver and a gopher than anything. Not much has went bad. Normally people call me when a relative dies or something. I dig through the books and confirm that they were on committees and stuff like that. My county, unfortunately, has been the topic here ever since the fire chief told several firehouses they were pulling their pavement and all out. So there's been several public meetings with the communities and things. We have another one coming up in Accokeek here in a week or so that I usually attend and follow through, but we have our own county PIO who handles most of that stuff. As far as your podium, we got 2 podiums. Actually, we got a whole bunch now. But the older podium, the E1 podium, is sitting in my garage and I'm moving. So if you like to use it, because I've discussed it with Ron and we were going to put it in storage and let it sit there. But if you would like to put that in there, you just let me know, because I am moving and that podium can be moved once. But you can take it and have it all year if you would like to have it. I restrict the new podium because I don't want what happened in the past. People borrow it for banquets and all, which is fine, but we usually just give them the old one. It's on wheels and we let it roll. All right. The new one I'm a little restrictive on. I mean, I had a lot to do with purchasing that, and the last thing I want to do is see it banging around in the back of somebody's vehicle somewhere. So if you would like that, I will be more than happy. I'll tell you what, I'll take it to 17th State Circle, put it inside, and then you figure out how the hell to get it out.
During the renovation of the office, when they put the first floor parking garage in, we'll put it there.
All right, but you can keep it. I mean, as long as we know where it is, because there's still all departments that borrow it, for their conventions or banquets and things like that. The old one.
I don't want to drag this out. The only reason we brought it up about convention, they were both sitting there during the convention, and it's not beating around.
No, they're not. They're not both there at convention anymore because we leave the old one home in my garage.
The Maryland Fire Chiefs is there.
Yeah, it's
and
there.
The one that you have at convention is there.
That's the new one.
That's the new one. The only reason I brought this up was they're both there. We can put them both in one trailer, use them the following week, and deliver it back to you. And it's not going to be
battling around. You think, well, it's secure.
Yeah. It
That's
is
the only reason we brought
a
that up.
challenge to load and unload that thing, because that sucker's, I never realized when we got it, because I went to Pierce up by BWI Airport with a community service kid when they said, hey, we got your podium here. Now, it was donated, given to us by Pierce. Their salesmen all chipped in together and had it done, and they paid for it, gave it to us. And this poor kid and I, when I got up there and I saw how big that damn thing was, it is a challenge to move it. So you have to consider that. You know, we wrap it up with blankets and all. But anyway, that's not a problem. I mean, if necessary, I can carry the second podium. You can take that. It doesn't matter to me. But we have that, so that's solved. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? We're gonna move into Frank's new barn.
They would fit, but you try to explain where I'm going to park my fire truck and explain to my grandchildren why their basketball court has two trailers sitting in. And the biggest problem with that, I mean, it's not, the biggest thing I see is I have an F-250, and when I first, several years ago at Mipri, when they say, can you pick it up and take it up to Gambrel's firehouse? I said, well, no problem, I got an F-250. Well, have you ever seen the wheels on an F-250 about 2 inches off the ground? That damn trailer is big and heavy. You can't take anything, like you're saying, less than 1 ton to move that thing.
We'll put a hitch on your fire truck, and you can pull the trailers with your fire truck. How's that?
Hey, don't put nothing beyond me.
I know. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you, guys. Next up is Resource Management Branch, Dale, and then Transportation's next branch up.
I'll just kind of run this from here and defer to the committee chairs, but remember you heard from MDM yesterday, so that leaves search and rescue and fire police.
Okay, we're on the order there. Now we're fire police there, Bob.
This one I know is working. How's that?
There you go, good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Fire Police Committee did have a meeting, and we pretty much got all the equipment recommendations or standards pretty much set up and ready for approval, and now we're working on the guidelines for what all the fire police should be following. And everybody's got to remember these will be minimum standards. If they want to have something else, they can do it. And what we have done, the chairman and myself will be meeting next Saturday. We've asked each one of the counties that have been represented to give us their guidelines, and we're going to go through and pick out the ones that we feel most appropriate, along with the NFPA standard 1091, and come up with what the regulations should be, and then we'll get the committee together and go over them and make sure they work, and then we'll bring that back to here for your approval and everything so we can move forward. One other thing I'd like to bring up, I would ask most of you to go back to your counties and talk to them about the green light bill. That green light bill was only passed for fire police, and we're having the different areas of the state and the counties in them state now, the chiefs want to put them on their fire trucks and stuff. Let's let the bill get in place, because it don't go effect till October the 1st. And let's give us a year to see how that works out for us in the fire police. And then we can work going through the proper procedures and maybe get the bills changed for those to be on fire apparatus or ambulances or wherever you want to put them. But right now, the law only states for fire police. So anybody putting it on there legally or not legal. I mean, and if you run into a trooper or sheriff's department person who really don't appreciate us, he could cite you. So I just bring that to your attention, because I've had
I've had some comments from people about the chiefs wanting to put stuff on the fireplace. So, do that. And the only other thing I have is some bad news. For the year, since January 1st to the 16th of this month, we've killed 26 responders on the highway. And as you heard yesterday, we had one of our neighboring states fire police captain killed from Newberry Township. So, other than that, the committee's working, and we're working slow. Unfortunately, the chairman today couldn't be here because he's out on the road towing.
Gary, thank you. Bob?
Yeah, just a couple of things on the lights for the fire police and additional lights for fire equipment. The fire police lights, it took us a couple of years on a no-nonsense bill there. Winding up with green lights, I think, was a culmination of a lot of things. But number one, it was suggested we use blue lights. You're not going to use blue lights in the state of Maryland, not for anything except police, law enforcement. The green light, we came upon that at all right, there we go. With the SHA and the way they changed over to it, that was like, it became a no-brainer then with that. We got that passed. Yes, it doesn't go into effect until October the 1st. Anybody that uses them before then is actually breaking the law. And it's all for you, who you run into. Just like you say, you might have a police officer that's not having a good day and he didn't score high enough to be a fireman in the first place. So, he still holds that against him. He holds that against us. With that being said, it was asked that we go back and get green lights added to our fire equipment. We've taken a position that, number one, it's going to be a heavier load to lift. It's going to be a lot of engineering that goes into that. Where do you put them? When do you use them? Do you put them all the way around the piece? Are they only when you're traveling or only when you stop? There's a lot of moving parts with that. And then I think we're going to have to make a better argument for changing and adding to a standard that we've been using now for years and it seems to work. Not to say we can't improve it, but so we decided to go into this, use this year to gather more information, speak with lighting specialists. Now I'll just use this name for the Manual Wayland. Their light. We're making inroads. We're talking with them, getting some information from them, because there are just too many moving parts to go forward with it this year in legislation, and we want to be a little bit more prepared when we go back and talk to the people again.
And I agree with you, Bob, and that's why I bring it here, so that you and your members can go back to your associations and talk to them about that and tell them. Also, through the Responder Safety Institute, we are studying the lighting systems right now because we're having a lot of complaints about the lights. Too bright on the scene and all that. So Responder Safety has a group that is researching this and doing studies to look about the lights on the scene. So that's in the process. Also, that brings up another thing. There has been a new standard that just had come out as of July 1st about helmets for highway safety people. So the standard is out. It has been given to the manufacturers, and the manufacturers are now seeing, if they can make them and how much interest would be for them when they make them. So there is a new helmet standard out for highway people. I got that notice on July 1st. So just to bring that to you too. So that's another thing we're looking at through this committee. What equipment's out there to make sure our people are safe when we're on the highway. Because the normal helmet, if you understand it, is made to protect anything that hits us on the top of the head. These new helmets will protect the fire, police, or the highway safety people if they get struck and they fall sideways. It hits them either on either side. So and we have a retired lieutenant in Texas who has put a lot of work into developing this standard on the helmets. So.
Bob, I just have one question, or a couple questions. One, as this committee has started to roll out, which was good, started last year, one, what interaction are we having with the Maryland Sheriff's Association and the Maryland Police Chiefs Association? Because in order to be able to be or do fire police, you have to have their approval first, and they have to sign off on it. So that's a question that people keep asking me. If your local sheriff or police chief doesn't approve that in your area, it can't happen. You can't just pop up and say, I'm fire police. So there's laws in place for that. But then once that approval is done, then it's up to the chief of each individual department to say yes or no, whether they want to have fire police tagged to their department, because you got to be tagged to a department or a county association. So that language needs to be in whatever you guys are drafting, so that folks understand that.
And that's why we've asked for each one of the counties' guidelines that they're following right now, because most of those are approved by the sheriff or they work individually with them. So on the state level, we're trying to make sure we cover all that. And we're trying to follow what is in the law for fire police. Because there's two sections of that law. One covering most counties, and then there's a separate section for Washington County and a separate section for Cecil County. So we're following them.
Right. And the same way for lighting. That's in the Maryland traffic article, and yes, I was able to pass both test bobs, so I'm good. But I'm just funning with it. But that's the lights are very specific, and that comes out of Maryland traffic law. So, and I've said it before. If you're using any other lights other than red, white, or green on fire apparatus, it's illegal. I'm not going to take one police officer, trooper, deputy, whomever, as you said, but I don't think they're going to get that far in the weeds because it's an emergency piece of apparatus. But can't be having blue lights and stuff because Maryland doesn't approve it. It's law enforcement only. And I've traveled around the state and I've seen blue and I've seen orange and just about every other color in between. It's illegal to do that, and we need to make sure that I'm asking the executive committee members to take that back to your county associations. If you want something different, it's got to be written into Maryland law. And if you don't, it's illegal. You can't make it any plainer than that. We did that, and then when the school buses started with just the clear flashing light, that was a result of several accidents that they had. But before the law enforcement community knew that was a thing, school bus drivers were getting pulled over for having a clear flashing light. So until the superintendent said stop, because the law hadn't caught up with what the police officers were trained to do. So we're just trying to protect our folks and not get themselves into a trick bag and say, well, some trooper or deputy or police officer stopped and pulled me over because I had a different color light on my vehicle. Well, it shouldn't have happened anyway because Maryland law is very specific. Just like the fire police, you can't be moving down the road. You got to be stationary. And now you can use the red, you can use the Christmas lights, or you can use the red and white. But you got to be stationary. And the only exception to that rule is for a fire chief or an assistant chief on their vehicle. That's very specific. So folks need to pay attention to that.
Also, there is a form from this association that the president or the chief's got to sign for you to carry in your vehicle if you're a fire police.
The president has to sign it. Chief cannot sign it.
That's right. I wasn't sure about the chief.
Because he's covered with the light with the thing.
Right.
Has to be the president or board of director chairman. Mr. President, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Being of Irish descent, I'm particularly fond of the green light concept. But I have a question to either one of the bills, or Bob's rather, about the bill. Unless I'm badly mistaken, doesn't the bill specify on a private vehicle?
Yes, it does.
Because over home, we're a little different over there, I gotta admit. But over home, there's some departments that are talking about putting the green lights on their fire police vehicles. And I've been saying, you need to read the bill because the bill specifies private vehicles.
And I just wanted to check with you gentlemen to see if I was telling them the incorrect thing or the correct thing.
It was specifically for privately owned vehicles because that's what the majority of the fire police folks have. The other vehicles, you're considered an emergency vehicle, and it's red or red and white lights.
Now, in reference to that, and in reference to what past President Smothers said, Ocean Pines bought a couple of big rays with a rotor rays in the front. Come St. Patrick's Day, I would change the lenses because I got green lenses too, and I would put green lenses in. And one of his brothers, who eventually was an assistant chief at Ocean City, would stop by every St. Patrick's Day and told me that I had to take the green lenses out. And I would tell him as soon as St. Patrick's Day is over, I will. And he said, no, you will take the green lenses out while I am standing right here watching you. So they will do that. Lee Love.
Okay.
I mean,
but thank you
We
for
gotta
answering
move
my
on.
question.
We got to move on. Got anything
That's
else,
it.
sir?
That's it, and any other comments? Thank you.
Thank you. Transportation branch. Malcolm, that's your division, bud.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this time, I'd like to turn it over to Mitch for the Vehicles Committee and past President Steve Cox.
Thank you. We got a few items to cover today. We'll be very brief. First of all, after convention, the cars were changed over. And just want to make sure that everybody on the executive committee understands the practice that we have been doing is the outgoing president takes the car home and then we make the switch. Sometimes there's this thought that it happens at Ocean City, and it does if that outgoing president doesn't want to take the car home. But we have, since 1988, done that practice that we have let the outgoing president take the car home, either the ladies president or the male president, and then we made the switch. That switch did occur. I believe we had them all done by the week of July 4th. Along with that, we have changed the name on all vehicles except the first vice presidents to reflect firefighters. So if you look at the door, the emblems, it does say firefighters, including the executive director's vehicle, which was recently outfitted with the emergency equipment, light, siren, and things like that. I'm going to turn it over to Mitch on the MVA tag transfers and the new tags and the insurance, and then I'll get back on a couple other items.
Okay, as soon as we got back from convention and we approved the firefighters name, I contacted MVA and I have the tags ordered for our fleet, which includes the trailers. There's 10 sets of tags for all the units. That was it was going through good, and then Cynthia called me and said, I need approval, proof from the Department of Taxation and Assessments that everything has cleared. I had that from the treasurer yesterday, so I'm going to meet with her next week, and we're going to get that order moving. So it'll have firefighters at it'll have the Maryland State Firefighters Association and MSFA or MSFA 1 and so on, all the way up to, I believe we have 9. But with MSFA, it makes 10 units.
In the LAF.
And also the Ladies Auxiliary President vehicle is updated also. So actually we have 11. As far as the insurance goes, as Chip iterated earlier, we don't know why, but it was changed last year. And when I had her send me the list, actually what happened is the ladies were missing the card, the emergency card information. So I contacted VFIS, and she sent me all the units that she had. We're back to a 2015 Ford, a 2017 Ford, and 3 trailers that we haven't had in a while. So we don't know what happened with it. So I'll be working with her to update that list again. So turn it back over to the chair.
Last 2 items. We do have money in the budget. We will be ordering a new vehicle for probably the incoming president. We have spoken to the presidents. They are requesting that we stay with the police packages. So we're going to go ahead and place that order. Mitch will probably place that next week because it'll take us until probably May or June to get it, if we even get it then. So it will be very similar to the vehicles that they're driving right now. Last item is SOP number A004. We have a change to that. The change is under 3.2 garaging, 3.2.1 all MSFA owned vehicles shall be garaged in Maryland. 3.2.2 MSFA owned vehicles may go out of state on official MSFA business. We would request that you pass that revision in this SOP, and we will be revising the entire SOP. We found some other things that should be added, should be adjusted. So at a future meeting, we'll be bringing that back, but we are asking that you approve that for implementation as of today.
Okay. Motion made by Buddy and seconded by Ron Block that we approve SOP number A004 as presented by the President's Car Committee. All in favor, or any questions? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion showed it passed unanimously.
Mr. Chair, I'd also like to, for the record, I did meet with the Constitution and Bylaws Chairman this morning and went over it with him as required or as stated in SOP A001, the coordination with that committee.
Thank you. Anything else?
Unless there's questions.
Any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you, okay. Membership benefits grant, Bud. You can do it right there and let's walk down there.
Real quick, as this group just comes up here, I want to say thank you to each and every one of them. They are working extremely hard for our association, reasons why we're having such a great organization. And as you hear from this week, the last couple of weeks, other organizations are looking at us. That to me is key to success. The other organizations want to do what we're doing. So I congratulate everybody here, and of course, this group is sitting in front of you.
Thank you, Bud. Who wants to go first? Let's start around.
Well, our committee's at the top of the list, so I'll go first. Dale Bowen for the Reaching the Next Generation Committee. John Denver couldn't make it today, so I appreciate the time. And we had a very productive meeting on the 6th of August. A few of the things we discussed, I believe John sent you his report online, but a few of the things we discussed was we got the committee logo and documents updated with the name change. We discussed on creating an education process for younger members on how the MSFA works, how their partners work together with them, and what the partners can do for them. We discussed developing a 1-minute elevator speech that if we grab somebody for a minute, how can we get them involved in 1 minute or less? One of the major conversations we had was involving the advisory committee or subcommittee, whatever you want to call it there, which we'd like to comprise of mostly members under the age of 30. We discussed what members could be involved. One of our ideas was to use the misfire prevention and first runner-up for the year, to have them on that advisory committee. One of the challenges we have with that is with our younger members is their time that they have to give and the cost that they incur to travel to these meetings. So obviously we discussed Zoom meetings originally to have with these members, and we discussed possibly the members of the original committee could meet locally with some of the younger members and be there during those Zooms so we could do them throughout the state together. And then we also discussed possibly a stipend to get them to these meetings, especially this executive committee meeting, so they could come there. And then one of the things we want to do is make sure that we have all our major accomplishments and benefits together, so we can give them and show them what the MSFA does for them. And the last thing I have, and Ron, thank you for typing up these notes that we had from the meeting. He put on the bottom of the notes that we wanted to answer this question with yes. And the question is, if your organization ceased to exist next month, would it be missed? So our goal is to make sure that that answer is always yes. And that is the end of my report. Thank you very much.
Okay, anybody have any questions? And next we'll go to recruitment and retention.
Yes. My name is Bridget. I'm the new recruitment and retention chair. We are going to be holding our first meeting on September the 7th. I have been able to meet all of our SAFER coordinators between Ocean City and here. We're hoping to have several of them come in person. I have talked to Jonathan and Kate, and apparently I have a little bit of work cut out for me. So far, going through the committee list, I've lost about half of the people that were on there because they either no longer represent their county or their county no longer has a recruitment retention coordinator. So I am working on that to see if we can kind of rebuild that committee over the years and work in conjunction with the SAFER grant committee to try to get some of our initiatives out.
Okay, anybody have any questions?
Not so much a question as a comment. It's my understanding that we may be able to get a message put up at the MDA offices while people are sitting there waiting for tags, titles, whatever. But the committee might want to look into working with MDA to get a message out that they would be able to, again, promote joining a volunteer corporation in their county.
Okay, thank you.
I'm working with Natalia at MVA. She has our cache of videos. She's going to let us know which ones are appropriate to use, because some have audio, some don't have audio. So she's aware. So we'll get that connection with you as well. But yeah, it's just been a little bit of trying to figure out what they can accept as videos to put up. You know, we had to explain that we're a 501c3 and try to hopefully, maybe it's going to be donated time that they'll be able to give us. But yeah, we're working on that.
Okay, thank you. Teresa, do you have anything for the cancer support? I know that Susan's not here.
She's at the county fair from Montgomery County for the last 2 weeks. She did submit a report, I believe. Other than the walk this year coming up, we're waiting to find out certain dates. Working with Tony Clark, who's Ronnie's nephew, Rose's son. He works for a liquor distributor out of Baltimore, and he knows a lot of the people that own businesses down in Annapolis. Through Mr. Block, we found out that the area down where we usually take people to walk is actually going to be part of a reconstruction. And after the recent flooding and as of yesterday's crazy downpour, they're looking at revitalizing and how they're going to bring in, I guess, floodgates or some kind of like process to reevaluate, because 22 businesses were affected through this last rainstorm, through the last storm that came through, and not knowing what yesterday's damage was will change our plans. So the committee is looking at doing what's called the cancer crawl, and we're going to work with some businesses throughout the city, the museum there, the family events place, the ice cream store, and we'll have areas where you can walk to, and then you'll get a card. You punch the card, and then when you fill it in, we'll have a prize for the adults and prize for the children, and we're looking at doing it on a Saturday afternoon, but we're waiting for some dates to come back. And then I do know that 149 people they didn't all show up, but they all sponsored some kind of form to walk this past year. So it's starting to come back pretty fast. So hopefully with what we're going to try to do moving forward, the Sundays, we've gone from early in the morning to in the afternoon, which worked out really well this year. And speaking and supporting of the different businesses down there, we really think that the walk would, in the afternoon on a Saturday, would bring in a lot more. So we're also going to work with a hotel, so if people want to stay over, they have that ability also, which we're just going to give them every option possible. And we look forward to see what we can do this coming year. And I do know that she has gotten cards to send out to members, and she works with Lynn to get those taken care of. So I do know that they've been put out there.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, how about if you want to do health and wellness while you're there?
Yeah, so
Dave, you'll be up next.
with the peer support, our next event will be in February with a training in Ocean City, and we get out the information as much as possible. The team works. We have people all throughout the region, so we're here if somebody needs us. Thank you.
Thank you. Dave, you're up, past president.
Being last, it's like the tail wagging the dog, huh?
Yeah, you're not last yet. We still got a lot more to go, but you're the last out of that group. You're the last out of that group.
Yeah, okay. Yesterday, I provided each member of the executive committee and the presidents 3 documents. One is the MSFA at a glance, talks about some of our programs that we have. Also, 2 brand new documents that were just released. Our Firefighter Strong, which has a lot of health and safety information, and our new family guide. It's actually the 2nd edition of our family guide, which we always tell people is not for you, the firefighter. It's for you to take home to your family, and things that they need to be looking at with you as a firefighter or an EMS responder. So please take those back and share. I have some additional copies that have been on the back table, and certainly willing to give you some more to take back and share. The more you take back, means the more I don't have to take back. So, from the National Volunteer Fire Council, things are moving forward. Eric Bernard and I continue to represent you as the 2 state representatives to the board of directors for the National Volunteer Fire Council, and we each serve on committees of vital interest and importance. We did meet last April, and that summary was provided to you, and we are scheduled to meet in September in Kansas City. Some of the events on my report, which is submitted electronically, you've heard a lot about some of these things already in the last day and a half. The one thing is the OSHA. I can tell you that Ryan Woodward from NDSC, I don't know if the man sleeps at night, because he has put so many hours into this on behalf of America's Fire Service. And so, again, the fight is not over with. I think we've been heard. The date for comments got pushed back. They agreed to the public hearing, and we're hoping to break all records. I think the last time they held a public hearing, it took 6 weeks long. We're hoping that this one takes with a lot stronger message. And so Ryan has set up a webinar on August 20th at 2 p.m. You can find that information on the MVFC website to help you prepare, because we, NVFC, will obviously be testifying. We encourage the MSFA, the Maryland Fire Chiefs, departments, individuals to sign up there and tell them that, we're not against safety, but this stuff is too much, too fast, and small departments, career or volunteer, just can't do everything that you wanted to do. So we have that, and again, those public hearings will start November 12th, and again, Ryan is trying to help people prep what you need to do, what you need to think about before you testify, instead of just getting up there and I think this is a bunch of stuff, crap. Yeah. I mean, obviously you've got to speak somewhat intelligently. So please think about that August 20th webinar to help you out. You've also heard some stuff about NERIS, and again, we're closely following that. And I can tell you, NERIS and OSHA are both on our calendars for the September meeting in Kansas City. A lot of efforts, and certainly a passion of mine is the firefighter health and safety. And again, the 2 documents that I showed you there. Obviously, we're concerned about the increases in cancer and suicide amongst firefighters, and again, doing everything that we can. I did talk to you last report about our mental wellness program. used to call it, we share the load. Again, through our creating a psychologically healthy fire department program, we have an online searchable directory of behavior health and professionals that have been vetted in order to basically be searchable. I'll actually be delivering the psychologically healthy fire department training program out at fire shows west of Reno, Nevada in September. So again, that's an interest. And again, the family guide, we're pretty excited about that. We talked to Paul Combs, which many of you know Paul Combs. Unless you live under a rock, you haven't missed Paul Combs' cartoons. But we got him actually to design the cover for us, and that was pretty exciting. We too are excited. We did receive notification of a fire prevention and safety grant, just under $500,000. It allows us to continue our behavioral health programs, as well as some other health and safety programs as well. And again, try to get that information out through training and whatnot. We're really excited about our training program. Our online virtual learning network has a lot of programs. We also offer a number of in-person training programs. I can tell you, everybody says, "Are you ever home?" I said, "Well, MDSC keeps me busy because we got about a dozen different training programs that we offer to states or even departments out there, and so I get an opportunity to go out and deliver that message." We did hold our training summit. It was our 10th annual training summit in June 21st and 22nd. Yes, back end of the convention. The last 2 years I left convention early in order to fly somewhere, but we were up in Buffalo next year. It was really good. We had 217 attendees from 40 different states attend that. So it was really a great attendance. It's really kind of grown there. We offer 3 different tracks: health and safety, recruitment, retention, and leadership, and really brought in some great speakers, and we look forward to doing that next year, 2025. Again, at the back end of the MSFA convention, June 20th and 21st, we're going to Salt Lake City, so we move around the country there. And again, MDSC tends to provide travel stipends to help more responders attend. A lot of other grant benefit programs, scholarships through Columbia Southern University, the Chemtrek for hazmat training is wide open. Funny thing happened, we had a partnership with State Farm. Well, we had a partnership with State Farm. They were putting up $500,000 to basically give 50 departments across the United States a $10,000 grant. We opened that application period on August 1st and immediately crashed the server. We got so many. We fixed the server problem, got it in, and within a few hours, we basically had to shut it off because we said we were only going to take 500 applications because we're only getting 50 awards, and so those are now being evaluated. Again, I remind you of membership in the MDSC comes with a lot of benefits: a $10,000 AD&E policy, access to our first responder assistance program, free training opportunities, access to the stipends for travel to some of our conference stuff. And MSFA has a reduced rate. Normally the dues just went up to $24, but you can become a member of MDSC for just $9 using this special MSFA link and the special code. Right now we have 685 members, which actually gives us, our state dues are waived because we have more than 500 members. So we actually, as a state association, save $500 that we don't have to pay for our state dues as part of the MDSC because we maintain a membership of over 685. So we encourage bring your members in, if not yourself, as members there. So a lot going on through the MDSC. I try to push it out on a regular basis to the members of the executive committee and the officers. And if there's anything you have special needs or interest in, please let me know. And I'll be here to address any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Dave. Great report. Any questions? Buddy, you have anything else? Thank you. That's all right. You already got Dave's head swelled up now. He did a great job, though. Are there any committee reports or partners? I don't think we have any partners out there now. But anybody that needs to address the executive committee that it was not on the agenda? Okay, we're going to move into old business. Mr. Second Vice President, since you're the only one over there, you got any old business needs to be addressed? Thank you. Okay, no old business. Any new business?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Something very simple I think we need to act on. I'd like to make a motion that we purchase an American flag and a Maryland state flag and retain them in one of the president's cars so that we are at locations without a flag. We quit doing the Pledge of Allegiance to a wall.
Okay, but there is a flag in here.
It is here. It is here.
I
But
understand
we have other meetings when there are no flags available, and I think it'd be appropriate that we have our own flags if they're not available in a car.
Okay, I'll write on, okay.
That is a motion.
Got a motion. Do we have a second? We got a motion. Do we have a second? Okay. Now we got a motion so we can talk about questions. You only got 48 stars. We're supposed to have 50. No, 50. We got 50 states now. Hold on. Hey, Frank, are they on a pole? Are they on a pole and got a stand to stick it in? Okay. Ron. Yes, sir. We want them in Frank's. We want them in Frank's car when he brings all the other stuff. He brings the flags. Okay. You're right. So you want to withdraw your motion that they're going to take care of it, or just do we need to pass the motion? Okay. Thank you. I do have a little tabletop flag in my briefcase, though, just in case we didn't have one. All right. Any other new business? Hold on. Kate?
Just wanted to remind everyone as you go around the state talking about the VCOS reimbursement program that we have through SAFER. For both us and the chiefs, food is not going to be reimbursable. I was told last night that at one of our county association meetings, it was reported that food would be reimbursed. So that's incorrect information. We don't want anyone under the assumption that they can go down to Clearwater and have all of their meals reimbursed. So please let them know it's travel and lodging only. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Somebody
I
got
have a question on the... Kate.
Come back, please. Got a
Can
question.
you clarify, because I think there's often confusion. It's not a guaranteed reimbursement. They've got to apply and be accepted, correct?
So yes, that's why we have the application out. I mean, unless that person is not, if they send in an application that's not signed by someone in their department verifying that they're in good standing, then they will not be approved to attend. But yes, they have to send in the application. It has to be signed off by a chief officer or somebody just saying that they are a member in good standing at their department. And they will, when they return, have to give a brief synopsis of things that they've, attended, classes, and that sort of thing. So that's all written in the application. So they have to, yes, apply to go. It's not just submit my name and I'm automatically going to get reimbursed. So yes, thank you.
And I would go along with that and say, before they just sign up and go on down there, they better get approved before they go.
Right, and we will do that, yeah. So they have to get approval from us first.
That's what I was leading to, that they had to have their approval before.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
I think that's a good program, because I know when I handled some stuff for the Maryland Fire Chiefs before, we paid up front, and then the people never went to the class when we had national staff in command, and we paid MSFA for the class, and then nobody showed up. There's no reimbursement. So we switched over to, you got approved before you go, but you had to pay up front, and when you completed the class, and MSFA showed us the records, we worked with them as a partner. They approved the person attended the class to the satisfaction of the course, then they got reimbursed. So, yeah, thank you. Any other new business? Anything for the good of the order? Well, let Mal go right this minute about the letter we got. I was going to bring it up, the letter from Queen Anne's Hillsborough. It was already been discussed, but I'd like to go ahead and bring it up because I told the gentleman we would talk about it. Yeah, I want to copy it.
I'll just bring it up because the gentleman couldn't make it back today. So me and the chairman received a written letter from the president of Queen Anne Hillsborough Fire Company. I won't read the whole thing, but you want me to read the whole thing? No. He had a lot of concerns of the awards they had put in this year. So I also made sure that a copy of the letter was given to the chairman of the awards. He was trying to come back today so he could speak on behalf of his department of how he thought the awards were handled last year at the convention. Their department of all the work they put in. He wasn't able to speak today. I told him I'd give a call about this discussion with Paul today. I told the president I'd give him a call after the meeting and the issues being discussed, and we'll see where it goes from there. At this point, he seems like he's satisfied with the answers, but I told him it's a work in progress, and he talked about how the awards have been the past few years, and he felt like his department wasn't getting recognized the way they should be getting recognized, as far as calling them up on stage and some of the awards being handed out after convention, to where it's my job as exec committee or president to go to his department and present them. They didn't feel like they was getting the recognition that they should.
Thank you. Everything was addressed when we talked about the awards and everything, about the dates to submit them. Didn't think it was enough time to get to the convention, you know what I mean? So it's all been discussed. I just wanted to put it in the record because we did tell him yesterday we would make sure we discuss it on our good of the work. So, there we are. Anybody have anything else? Okay. Reports from the executive committee members. We're going to start with past President Cox on this side.
Thank you. Greetings from Hartford Cecil. Cecil County meeting is tomorrow night. If any of the presidents are interested, it'll be at Northeast. It's an even month. Hartford County, a little bit different. We have a president, vice president, secretary, treasurer. Everybody is out that was an officer except the secretary. There's a new president, and we had 4 runoffs for the vice president, so we'll see what happens at the next meeting, and new treasurer. So Hartford Cecil meeting, the officers will be changing in November. We do have a committee to identify anyone interested in office, and right now the only person that has expressed an interest is someone for president. So we're going through a little bit of challenges in getting officers. Thank you.
Thank you. Chip.
And good afternoon from Frederick County. Thank Union Bridge for the hospitality today and being so close for coming to the meeting for me. Makes it a nice, easy trip. With respect to our officers, we held our elections in July, and pretty much all the officers, with the exception of one Board of Trustee, remained the same, so we did not have a massive change on our behalf. Frederick County received one of the Fire Act grants, and it actually is primarily for safety, as far as all the responders, as far as training, as far as vests, and then it's a pretty detailed safety program that they're going to be implementing utilizing the fire grant. Recruit classes are getting ready to graduate here in the next few days. I'll actually, every year for every recruit class, I actually do a history for our career recruits, and I'll be doing that tomorrow, actually. Other than that, things are going pretty much steady as she goes. There are some new policies being implemented from our division that affects the volunteers. There will be a competency. Chief Buddy and I have talked for years about the competency, and Chief May, who's our president, has been very much on board. So we will be implementing officer competency program in Frederick County very shortly. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bring you greetings from Dorchester County President Sam Yonke and Talbot County President Mr. Phil Starkey. Everything seems to be going all right in these two counties. Of course, we're down on the shore, and it's a lot nicer down there. Thank you. The next meetings for the two county associations will be in October. Dorchester County's meeting 10/7. Talbot County will be meeting 10/9. Everything else seems to be all right. I want to thank everybody for being here today, and Union Bridge for having a wonderful facility for us to have a meeting.
Thank you. Ron, you're up.
Thank you. I'd like to bring you greetings from Victor Henderson, the president, and all the officers of the Anne Arundel County Volunteer Firefighters Association. Certainly want to thank Union Bridge for their hospitality this weekend. This has been great. I know a lot of work went into preparing this, and it came out very well. Things are nothing exciting going on in Anne Arundel right now other than the flooding in downtown Annapolis with the fire department, which has got me a little suspicious, like it might be the calm before the storm, and nothing happens for the benefit of the volunteers in Anne Arundel, but we're hoping for the best. Things have been going well. Our convention meeting is Friday, September the 6th at Deal Fire Department. We will have our election and installation of officers that night. We right now currently have 2 vacancies, no one running for second vice president and no one running for treasurer. I'm sure that will get worked out in the meantime. But thank you very much, and wish everyone safe travels home. Thank you.
Rand.
Good afternoon. I bring you greetings from President J.W. King and the members, officers, and members of the Southern Maryland Volunteer Firemen Association. I'd like to thank Union Bridge Fire Company for hosting us this weekend, being a great host and their hospitality. I'd also like to thank Dan and Bobby Stevens, Dale Bowen, that accompanied me and served and also give up their time to serve on their various committees and attend the meetings. Thank you.
Okay. First, I want to start off by saying thank you to the president for my absence at Ocean City, and thank you to the chairman for swearing me in yesterday. From Montgomery County, keeping in with the theme of elections, September, our association's election is coming up where I will be running for the position again, I think. I still got some time to think about it, but it is a very rewarding experience to be a leader of your organization. And again, I'm very blessed to be around the presidents of such good leadership and mentoring, so I want to thank you. We continue to staff apparatus, we continue to buy apparatus, we continue to recruit and retain. It's not easy being a volunteer, it's no secret. We're all working very, very hard. And of course, this association is making it better for us to be volunteers. As leaders of our departments, we need to get out and tell our young membership what we're doing. It's been echoed so many times this weekend. We need to tell the young people what's going on to get the young people more involved. I'm learning that in my position. So thank you again. Thank you to Union Bridge. Again, a great weekend of leadership. And I continue to see you all in Berlin. What we will do. I'll see you all in a couple months. Thank you.
Thank you. Lee, we'll start on your end.
I bring you greetings from Prince George's County. When we speak again at another executive committee meeting, I will no longer be the president.
There you go.
But I would like to thank Union Bridge for their hospitality. This is a great facility. I've been to a few other things here, and it's a wonderful facility to have, and I tip my hat to them for all the work they did. I'd also like to thank everybody for all the work they do for this association. Our convention is coming up in September. It will begin on the 22nd, which is actually a Sunday. That will be the past presidents and officers banquet. That's by invitation only. The 23rd, which is Monday, will be our memorial service. By the way, all of these events will occur at the Accokeek Fire Department in Prince George's County. So the 23rd will be the memorial service. The 24th and the 25th will be our business meetings. The 25th will be my last official act as president at Prince George's County. The incoming slate will be, the president will be Donald Wells from Bladensburg. The first vice president will be William Cunningham from Ritchie. And the second vice president will be Steve Hamrick from Beltsville. The treasurer is Terry Heineke, the treasurer is Margie Dickey from Beltsville, and Terry Heineke is the secretary from Greenbelt and Branchville. Those didn't change. So they will all be installed on the 25th. On the 26th, we're having a bingo, which is also at Accokeek. The 27th, we will have a bull roast. That's a Friday night. The 28th we will have some games, and we'll have an antique fire department muster for antique fire department apparatus. They're possibly talking about having on the 29th, which would be a Sunday, some type of training. That hasn't been set in stone yet, but the other dates, the 22nd through the 28th, are a go. So, also, the committee will be getting together. Our committee for our special tribute will be getting together, and we will be finalizing a date sometime in the spring. So I will bring you more when that happens. Other than that, I wish you all safe travels back to wherever you have to go. Thank you.
Before you get done there, Buddy wanted to know how you get out of being the president.
Well, I made that decision to not go on in it, and I have the incoming president Donald Wells is very well adept at being the president, and he has no problem with it. So.
Thank you. Tim.
Greetings from Allegheny Garrett and President Dayton, not me, my son. He actually stepped up again and is president of the Bi-County Association. Garrett County, things are going really well. I mean, their commissioners, they're finishing up a grant up there for recruitment and retention and stuff like that, and attended their meeting, and things are going pretty well. As far as Allegheny County goes, there's a budget deficit, and the commissioners have made the decision that they're going to cut some of the EMS staffing in some of the volunteer houses. So that's going to be interesting to say the least. Just looked at the newspaper. There's an article in the Cumberland Times this morning about Georges Creek Ambulance, which is the ambulance that's stationed in Lona County. They're in limbo. They've advised the county they're not running calls. The county and them supposedly worked on an agreement. There's no MOUs. So they're in limbo right now to where the status of that organization is going to go. So I don't know what the future holds, but we'll see as far as the career staff and how they're going to do this and not affect services. But if they're going to do a reduction in 2 stations, as far as manpower, it's going to affect the volunteer stations and the volunteer fire departments to continue. So stay tuned. We'll see how things go.
Thank you. Past President Eric.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, thank you to the members of Union Bridge and their auxiliary for their fine hospitality. Mr. Jewell pretty much touched on Frederick County, but I mean, globally, you see what our issues are around the state. We had a couple departments that went away last year, and some of that is membership and the recruitment phases, but I think our recruitment efforts are really starting to take onus around the state. The financial picture is going forward. We know our call volumes are increasing. Apparatus is getting more and more expensive. It's certainly something I think we need to talk to some of our vendors about. Everybody wants to make money, but at some point in time, even with hiring personnel and getting safer grants, that light's going to get turned off, what we can do. So we just have to be mindful of that. As we continue to look at, 1910-156 on how that affects the fire service. I can tell you about traveling out of state here recently. That was a hot topic, just out of state. MSFA continues to really, in my opinion, continue to be the litmus test for a lot of our other surrounding states and associations. They look to us with all the multiple commitments that we have here and committees, and we make it work. And part of that is the partnerships that we have with our partners around the state. We're second to none. Folks can't figure out how to get hospitals to talk to each other, physicians, EMS, fire, rescue, law enforcement, fire marshal's office. We're the litmus test for folks. If you don't realize that, it doesn't take you far to just to go across the state line to understand that, and constantly get a lot of questions in reference to that. Certainly want to thank our presidents and our ladies auxiliaries around the state. They do a phenomenal job. They're hurting too. So when we go around and we advocate for volunteers on the operational side, for those of us that are slowing down and want to take a different look, the auxiliaries need help, men and women too. And that's a good way that we can get some of our younger men and women to kind of help there too, because a lot of them are really a big fundraising arm to a lot of our departments. But it's always a pleasure. It's a little different sitting on this side of the table. I can tell you that. I certainly enjoyed my reign coming up through the chairs. Again, I want to echo my sentiments and thank yous for everybody that helped me as I was coming through the chairs here. You made my job really easy, especially in Annapolis with our legislative agenda. We've started that off. I know, Bob, you continue to get a lot of kudos in the legislative committee, and we've started that. We've made those partnerships and inroads, and we need to continue to do that. As a new elected official, I can certainly echo some of that, and I'm going to be there to help support the fire service as we go forward to make sure that our needs are met and that we're heard. So I just want to say thank you and safe travels to everybody back here.
Thank you. Dale.
Greetings from Washington County. I'll be brief. We have no elections because they're not till next year, and we have all the same troubles everybody else is talking about. We do continue to work on trying to grow our combination system with concentration on bringing some more EMS companies on with career staffing through the county support. So that's being worked on and developed and much needed. As we all know, EMS is the taxing of our system with the most amount of calls for revenue. That's all. Have a good trip home.
Thank you. Doug.
Good afternoon. Also like to echo my thanks to Union Bridge and the staff here. Did a great job setting up for us. Greetings from President Sue Bollinger and the Acting Fire Chief Scott Ebert. Baltimore County is currently undertaking a national search for a fire chief. Rumor control be hired from out of state. They're looking for somebody else to come in and straighten out the mess that's currently we're in. And by the mess, I mean it's the same. EMS is just running us into the ground. The demands made on the volunteers, it's really tough to follow up with, but you know, we're struggling through it. But most of all, I'd like to say thank you to my staff members on the executive committee, our presidents who are leading us, our ladies who are making it happen. Thank you for what you do for the citizens of Maryland, and safe travels to all. And for those of you who approached me when I arrived yesterday, yes, I did a television appearance in Texas when I took my grandson there to the ball game. Be forewarned, on September the 12th, I will be in Detroit with him, so tune in. Thank you all.
Bill, you're up, brother.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First off, I'd like to thank Union Bridge for hosting us and great hospitality we've had over the weekend. And I also bring everybody greetings from Kent, Queen Anne, and Caroline counties. We've got a lot going on. I'm new to this position. I've been attending meetings, get my name out there, put a name with a face to make sure everybody recognizes and the issues come up who they can reach out to. And my big push this year was to the departments on buying the tickets for the beach to make sure we get the monies up. And it was great going to Kent County because Rock Hall Fire Company had won $1,000 this year. It was great to point them out and try to get all the departments in Kent County to get on board and support the ticket sales. Just a couple things. Upcoming, got a recruiting and retention class at Mifflin and Centerville, which is the 14th and 15th of September. Also, we at Sellersville will be hosting a 2-day Fools training, which should be November the 3rd and 4th. That's the 2 days hands-on training that'll be coming there. And the last thing I'd like to do is I'd like to personally thank Kate. Received an email last week from a chief with a long email talking about the website. I replied in a half hour, and an hour and a half later, Kate had done some research and had the answer put back out there. So I greatly appreciate her stepping in and replying to that email also and getting the answer that they were looking for at the time being. So thank you, Kate.
Good morning.
Thank you. Certainly welcome everyone to Carroll County this weekend. We're proud to host the meetings and all the committees and everything. Be safe traveling home. Again, thank Union Bridge and the leadership of CC Visa that was here earlier. President had to go out to another meeting. But again, safe travels, and we look forward to hosting next year when Charlie goes in as president. As far as Carroll County, we continue to go through the growing pains, let's say, of becoming a combination department, hiring budgets, personnel, things like that. In Howard County, they just recently started to process the association to become 501c3. Again, hoping that will improve their operations and allow them to take certain benefits from that. And as always, be safe traveling home, and look forward to seeing everybody in Berlin.
Thank you. Well, I'd just like to say from Worcester, Wacomico, and Somerset counties, they had the same issues going on there. But the problem with the EMS service, they can't find any paramedics or EMTs to hire. You know, and there's a lot of them working a couple days. You know, they got their career in Salisbury or Ocean City, Berlin, or up in Annapolis. They got some from Annapolis, Anne Arundel County, Howard County. They come down there and work part-time a couple of days a week or 1 day a week, but it's still, they're short-handed, and everybody's working more overtime, and they're just getting burnt out. So it's a continued cycle no matter where you go, I think. And I don't know what the answer is, but we just got to get more people interested. I think the VOTEC program helps a lot, because we got, last year Ocean City got 4 volunteers out of the VOTEC program. So that's working. So that's all I like to say, and I like to thank Union Bridge for hosting us. I like to thank everybody for coming because it is your association. We're just the executive committee, but it's part of our association too. It's not ours, it's not the president's, it's everybody's. So we got to work together as a team, and I think we've had a great meeting yesterday, today, and look forward to seeing everybody. Our next regular meeting is scheduled for December 14th and 15th at Berlin. And lunch is ready. It was supposed to be ready at 12, so we done pushed it to 12:30. Now it's 1:45, and we got to listen to the presidents now. So, President Kerry, you're up.
Thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
When I first asked Union Bridge, did they consider this, I have had nothing but excellent support, help, and stuff from them. So, personally, my thanks to Union Bridge for hosting this. To you all who've attended, thank you. Echo what Rod said. Not any of the people up here in the front organization, your organization out there, we just work for you. You heard Roger say that we're going to be in Berlin. I've already been in negotiations with the mayor of Ocean City to get us some tickets for the festival. What do they call it, Roger? The light festival.
Winter Fest of Lights.
Winter Fest of Lights. You know, I live in Ocean Pines. We don't mess too much with all the stuff over at Ocean City. Yeah. But again, thank you all, Union Bridge. Thank you greatly.
Vice President Charlie, you're up next, Second Vice President.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, a bigger thank you to you for the job you've done this weekend. You've kept things moving. You've done a fantastic job as the ex-President's Association. Thank you very much. It's been great. I'd like to thank Union Bridge, echo the comments of the Vice Chair, Mark. Welcome to Carroll County, and it's been a really pleasure to see everybody. I've got a lot of notes from this weekend. You folks have done a tremendous job in passing information and making the reports, and I thank you all. We had over 100 people here yesterday and over 70 people today. So I think a lot of business has been conducted. A lot's moving forward. It's a great pleasure to be here. Thank you all.
Thank you. Our Second Vice President.
Thank you, sir. First off, I want to echo what First Vice President Charlie Simpson just said about the way you run your meeting. It was very professional and kept it moving very well. So thank you, sir, for your very well-run meeting. Along with the executive committee, I think you all had some tasks that you had to take care of this weekend, and they all got taken care of at a very professional level, and everything got done. And I want to give you all a round of thank you for a job well done. For all the committee chairmen and chairpersons, I should say, I'm sorry. Very well done with your reports, the written reports and all, and hope Union Bridge, don't want to forget them. Very nicely done, thank you. And Kate, everybody talks about you, but every time I've asked, you've had the answer for me, so I want to thank you. And same way with your sidekick over there, Miss Lynn. So again, thanks everybody, and have a safe trip home.
Thank you. Madam President, you're up.
I really wasn't going to say anything. I was just going to put my thumbs up. But thank you to past President Smulders for talking about the auxiliary needing help too. We're just like all of you guys. We need people too. We find it very hard to even get people to run the chairs. I mean, yeah, we are 13 years. Now it's 11, but it's very hard to find the active people. And I can also echo on Kate too. She's helped me anytime I email her. She always answers me back. So most of the time I say, please be patient with me because I just keep emailing. Safe travels home to all. Thank you.
Thank you. Does the second vice president, or the senior vice president and the junior vice president have anything to say? Thank you. You're welcome. Okay. Assistant Chaplain Samuel Mann, please give us a benediction, and then we'll have an adjournment, and then you can all eat.
And now for the second half of my sermon from this morning. Just kidding. Just kidding. My favorite part, I get to bless the food and get to dismiss us. So if we could bow our heads in prayer, please. Heavenly Father, bless this day that you brought us all together. What a great meeting. We've all come together to make decisions for this organization, this great organization. Please have us all get home peaceful. Bless this food to nourish our bodies. Bless us to get home safely to our families. And please, Lord, be around us for the rest of this year as we move forward in all of our meetings and chairs and all the things that we're doing to greater this organization. And we pray these in your name. Amen.
Thank you. Need a motion for adjournment? Tim Dayton, and second by Ron Block. All in favor signify by saying aye. You're all gone. Ayes got it. Meeting adjourned.